Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the 6th International Seminar of Innovation in Mathematics and Mathematics Education and the 8th International Seminar on Science Education is about to start. Please be ready.
One of 7 faculties with excellent and admired achievement at Yogyakarta State University is the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences provides students with very comfortable and representative lecture room for a teaching room and learning process. Each room is well equipped with good facilities such as air conditioner and multimedia. Every department in Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences has laboratories with complete and modern equipment which meet the needs of each student's program. Besides Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, becomes one of faculties in Yogyakarta State University that conduct teacher professional development program. The campus library greatly help to support their study and experiment. All departments in the faculty have their libraries with the collections of updates books. International classes of 5 educational study programs in Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences allow students to join lectures or courses that are given by guest lecturers or experts from overseas. Besides joint research and credit transfer program, a feminist encourage and facilitates students to join a sitting program or student exchange at some university partners in other countries. FMIPA has made collaborations with university in Thailand, such as a Prince of Songkhla University, Yala Rajpath University, Konkan University, and Mahidol University in Thailand. We also collaborate with some universities in Malaysia, such as University Putra Malaysia, Technology Malaysia, and University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. In addition, a feminist cooperates with several parties in Indonesia to support the development of research such as Forum of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Educational Staffs Training Organization, Pasir Pangariran University, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences of Bogor Agricultural University, Physics Research Center Indonesian Institute of Sciences, and Science Association of Ancient Men's Site Preservation. The alumni of FMIPA has been spreading all over Indonesia. They become teachers and lecturers of professional workers in various areas and fields.
Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve this mission, we are committed to carry out innovative learning and research with result written in reputable and in the international journal. We always improve our organization of study program in the international level. For example, ASEAN University Network Quality Assurance or RPA and ASEAN International Accreditation.
With the motto of critical scientific, creative, innovative, and moral attitude, determination, and devotion to educate the nation, a feminist Yogyakarta State University is committed to continue its quality improvement. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Yogyakarta State University, scientific, critical, creative, and innovative.
The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta,
Vice Rectors,
Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta,
Vice Deans,
all keynote speakers,
all presenters and participants,
distinguished guests,
ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May peace and God's blessings be upon you all.
Selamat datang.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of the International Joint Seminar, the 6th International Seminar of Innovation in Mathematics and Mathematics Education, and the 8th International Seminar on Science Education. I'm Habib Wijaya.
and I'm Febriani. We feel honored to be the host for today's seminar, organized by Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, on 11 to 12 November 2022. Although we do it virtually, it is such a great opportunity for us to interact and connect with all of you.
Distinguished guests, new thought, research and practice of mathematics and science education in the post-pandemic era will be the main theme of the seminar. The seminar aims at exploring ideas, thought, and research findings regarding the rules and practices of mathematics and science education in the recent days after COVID-19 pandemic.
A quick word about today's program. We shall begin with the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. This will be followed by speeches, traditional dance performance, and plenary session for keynote speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be silent and bow our heads for a moment to say a prayer. Let's say our prayer. Thank you.
National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, are kindly requested to stand up. be seated. Thank you.
The next agenda will be speeches. The first speech will be delivered by Chair of the seminar, Dr. Sabar Nur Rahman. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Profesor Dr. Sumaryanto MKes Aivo, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Profesor Dr. Ariswan, MSI, Vice Deans, all keynote speakers, all presenters and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. May peace and God blessing be upon us. On behalf of the committee, first of all, let me express my warmest greeting and welcome to the joint seminar, the 8th International Seminar on Science Education, and the 6th International Seminar of Innovation in Mathematics and Mathematics Education. For the world of education, behind the various destructive impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the outbreak has also accelerated our awareness to make various breakthroughs in implementing learning. Not only various hardware and software supporting learning activities are starting to be recognized by educators, new learning strategies have also emerged during the COVID-19 pandemic. The post-pandemic education has forced us to find new ideas and strategies to meet new needs. After COVID-19 has started to subside, we are challenged to find solutions to new emerging problems and to implement an education process that is responsive, relevant, and sustainable. Therefore, we present the seminar with the theme New Thought, Research and Practice of Mathematics and Science Education in the Post-Pandemic Era. Allow me to extend my deepest gratitude to all keynote speakers who have been willing to share us their knowledge and experience. Professor Dr. Maija Aksela from Helsinki University, Finland, Professor Dr. Bayram Çostu from Yildiz Technical University, Turkey, Dr. Jose Hanam from University of Western Australia, Ian Jones, PhD, from Loughborough University, England, Dr. Slamet Suyanto from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and Dr. Hartono from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Thank you very much for bringing your expertise to our gathering. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to extend my highest appreciation to all participants and presenters who have entrusted your article to be presented in this seminar. There are 64 articles for ISIMMED and 88 pieces for ISSE. Then the total number of papers is 152. To conclude, let me wish you a fruitful discussion and a very pleasant virtual seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, we would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta to deliver his speech, at the end of which we would also like to kindly request the Rector to officially open the 6th International Seminar of Innovation in Mathematics and Mathematics Education, and the 8th International Seminar on Science Education.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Professor Dr. Sumaryanto ISSE.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning everyone. Honorable all Vice Rector, Dean, especially Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Board members of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and all the committees. Our distinguished guests, all invite speakers from Finland, Turkey, Australia, England, and Indonesia. Dear all participants and ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to welcome you to Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, especially on joining the International Seminar of Innovation in Mathematics and Mathematics Education and the International Seminar of Science Education 2022. On behalf of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, I would like to welcome you to this wonderful international seminars. The post-COVID-19 pandemic brings new thoughts, research, and practice of mathematics and science education. Thus, we need to adapt new perspective to these challenges. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby officially open these seminars. Once again, thank you for participating and organizing this seminar. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Sumaryanto ISSE. Distinguished guests, we would like to present to you a traditional dance performed by the students of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta.
Yapong dance is a dance form from Jakarta which was created for a show. This dance tells a story about the procession welcoming Prince Jayakarta. Based on history, Prince Jayakarta named Fatahillah wanted to seize the port of Sunda Kelapa from the hands of the invaders. This event is predicted to be the inspiration for the story in this Yapong dance. The dancers in this dance are described as a small people who are expressing their happiness and joy. They also shout the word ya 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 during the dance. Meanwhile, the accompanying music sound pong pong pong. Therefore, this dance was finally given a name and is known as Yapong dance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy Yapong. distinguished guests, the opening ceremony now concludes, and the seminar shall proceed to plenary session for keynote speakers.
The first keynote speech will be given by Dr. Jose Hannam from University of Western Australia.
Chairing this session is Dr. Agung Wijaya Subiantoro. Dr. Agung Wijaya Subiantoro earned his doctoral degree in 2017 from Curtin University of Technology.
His expertise is technology in biology teaching and learning. One of his profound publications is social scientific issues-based instruction in environmental biology lessons and its effect on reflective judgment and mastery of concept for class 10 student of Madrasah Mu'alimin Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. To start the session, please welcome Dr. Agung Wijaya Subiantoro.
Thank you so much for the introductions, our great Master of Ceremony. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May you all in good health and be blessed today. I believe that today we will have a great experience by participating in this international joint seminar organized by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and I'm really honored to leading the first plenary sessions where we will have a good topic from our first keynote speaker. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Jose Hannam. Dr. Jose Hannam is a senior lecturer in Western Sydney University, Australia, especially for the Faculty of Education, and his expertise is secondary education specialist. All right, many experience in the classroom or research have been produced by Dr. Jose Hannam, as you can see from his curriculum vitae, and I am really sure that his talk today will be great for sharing, as he will present a talk entitled "The Cause of Efficacy Beliefs Developing Prematurely." All right, I don't want to waste your time. Dr. Jose, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Do you like me to share the slides from my side, or do you have the slides that you would like to share?
Okay, that's good. How are you today, Dr. Jose? How's
I'm
it
well,
going in
thank you.
Australia?
It's very warm where I am. It's nice and hot.
Yeah, because
a good
it's
change.
summer, right now?
It's getting close to summer, but it had rained for nearly 2 years. It had rained a lot, but it's much nicer now.
Yeah. All right. I believe that you are really ready for today's talk, and we will have a great experience and sharing. All right. I have just introduced you to our participants, and just okay. We can start your talk now, please.
Okay. I'll just share my screen and all right. So I'm going to give you a brief introduction to what I'm talking about today, and then I will talk about myself a little bit to tell you a bit more about what my background is. And then I'm going to share some results of a project which I am currently running in some schools where I live, and some interesting results that may tell us may provide some interesting direction in how we research students working in groups in schools. The main idea of my presentation today, and it might be controversial in some respects, is the idea that when you're working in a group, it's possible that your group, if it develops confidence very early on, so if you're working on a project for several weeks or several months, if your group develops confidence very early, this can actually lead to some negative outcomes at the end of your project. Now, this is not what I was expecting when I was doing some research, which I'll share in a moment. So it's a surprising finding from that respect. So my thought today and what I want to talk about is, can efficacy beliefs, so efficacy beliefs I'll explain in more detail in a moment, but they're basically ways of measuring confidence for working in a team, confidence in others that work with you. So how confident are you with your group members? How can this impact the performance of the group when they're assessed? So that's the main idea that I want to share with you today. So the data that I'm going to present is data that I'm actually collecting in the last couple of weeks. So it's very new. So I'll be sharing some very new ideas based on the data that I'm going to present. So I'm going to give you a bit more background about what I do. So I am based in Sydney, Australia. Sydney is the largest city in Australia, and I work at Western Sydney University. Western Sydney is the largest region within Sydney. It's the fastest growing region and the largest growing region in Sydney. So it's a very big area. And I do research for what's called the Parramatta Catholic Diocese. It's a religious education sector, and they oversee about 80 schools in their region. So I look at a large number of schools. Excuse me. So I look at a couple of different research areas, and I'll just share with you a couple of those. One area that I look at is called instructional design. And it's basically, when you're in school, how do you design in teaching material for the students that they can learn most effectively? And what I look at here is, do you overload student memory? So we look at how to design instruction. One of the biggest things I've found in my research in that area is that when you test students, so we like to use exams and tests, testing students can work when the information is simple, but when the information gets complicated, it's better that the students study material rather than get tested on it. And it's a new idea. Usually the idea is if you test students, they do better, but that's another area. The other area that I talk about, and it's based on my PhD research, is group work in schools. And I did this for my PhD. I looked at how your beliefs and your abilities to work in a team impact your behavior and your performance in groups. And I've been doing that for a long time. So I'm going to be talking about that research in today's presentation. I also look at technology enabled learning, and you would have seen a few publications that talk about a few of those things as well. So let's give you a bit of background to what I'm going to be talking about for today's presentation. So in Australia, and I suspect in many parts of the world, when students are in high school or primary school, Most of the time, they will have teachers in front of the classroom teaching a whole class. In Australia, the size of a class is usually about 25 to 30 students, with the teacher giving the instruction to this cohort of students. Now, sometimes a teacher will use different ways of organizing a class. One way is to put them into a group or groups, and they will do activities and learn in groups. Most of the time, you will work in a group for maybe 1 lesson, 2 lessons, sometimes for a few more. But there are some schools now in Western Sydney where they do most of their teaching and learning in groups. So they don't have a teacher in front of the class giving instruction. They are put into groups and given a project to work on for 5 or 10 weeks. In Australia, we have 4 school terms. Each school term goes for about 10 weeks. So these projects extend either for half a term or for the full term. So this is very rare. Now, in these schools, they use 2 grouping mechanisms. They use what's called project-based learning and also problem-based learning. I'm going to be talking about project-based learning. The schools that I work in use project-based learning for the junior years. In Australia, the junior years are years 7 to 10. The senior years are years 11 and 12. With project-based learning, there are several differences between project and problem-based learning. But one of the big differences that the way that schools use it, that I work with, is that project-based learning, you have a group product that you produce at the end of your project. In problem-based learning, you may not have a product, you may have something else. So projects, you usually have a product at the end that's assessed. So how did I get involved in schools that do project-based learning? I got invited to do some research at schools that do project-based learning because I had published some research over the years that looked at group work in schools. And project-based learning is a particular type of group work. So people from a couple of different schools invited me to look at how they could improve project-based learning in the schools. So that's what I've been doing over the last couple of years. And for this research, I carried out a project this year, which I'll explain in a moment, that looks at project-based learning in science. So it's relevant to the seminar or the conference that you're having today. So let's talk a little bit about the theory behind what I am doing. So in my research for looking at groups, I use what's called social cognitive theory. There are different types of social cognitive theory, but I use what's called Albert Bandura's social cognitive theory. He argues that human beings are both the products of their environment and also they shape their environment. And he put forward this idea, it's called triadic reciprocal determinism. Triadic just means 3. Reciprocal means that they influence each other. And determinism means in a deterministic way. So I'll just give you an example of what this framework is, and then I'll link it to the research that I'm currently doing. So let's say that we have students who have an interest in mathematics and science. So that could be a personal belief. They have an interest in science. Because they have an interest in science or mathematics, that can influence their behavior. They decide to get tutoring in mathematics or join a mathematics class, and they work hard at mathematics. Because they work hard, they may get feedback from their environment, from their teacher or their classroom peers that they're doing well. That positive feedback can give them confidence in their mathematics. And the more confident they get, then they'll put in more effort. So all of these factors are influencing each other. Now, one of the biggest factors in Bandura's theory is something called self-efficacy. And it refers to your beliefs in your abilities that you can successfully perform a task. So you can have self-efficacy about your confidence for solving an equation, for operating a computer, for flying a plane. The reason why we're so interested in self-efficacy is that we usually find that the more self-efficacious you are, that means the more confident you are for doing a task, the better your academic achievement, and usually you have stronger motivation. So if you are confident in your abilities, you put in more effort and you tend to stay on task when you have challenges. If you lack confidence, so if you're not confident in your mathematics skills or your science skills, you will tend to put in less effort and give up relatively easily. So that's why we want to look at it. And there's been lots of research showing a link between self-efficacy and achievement and motivation in many areas: mathematics, science, writing, reading, etc. So many areas. Now, as terms of what shapes our self-efficacy, Bandura suggests that there are 4 key sources of efficacy. One is your past experience. So if you've been successful before, so if your faculty has had successful students and you've taught, you will be confident in your teaching skills. If your students haven't done very well, then your confidence, your self-efficacy will be lower. You sometimes can get efficacy from observing others. So let's say that you're in a faculty of mathematics and you have your teaching friends or your other teachers, and they have students who do well. You should also believe that you will do well if you think you're of similar ability, so you can observe others. Your other people can tell you about your abilities. So your head of the faculty can say, I think your teaching skills are very good. This will increase efficacy. Or that head of faculty can say, look, you need improvement, and that could diminish, lower efficacy. Another key component of efficacy is how you respond physically. So if you've ever presented in front of an audience, you may shake, you may get nervous. If you interpret this in a negative way, this can lower your self-efficacy. So when you're a teacher, because you know these things influence self-efficacy, you can target them. You can give students positive experiences to improve their confidence, or you can give them persuasion. And this is some of the work that I do with Enda here. We look at those sorts of things, and we find so far that this is very powerful on student performance. If they can be persuaded that they have the skills, they tend to do better than those who don't get that persuasion. So it's a very powerful motivator. But I'm going to be looking at something that's a little bit different from self-efficacy. I'm looking at 2 different efficacy beliefs. The first efficacy I'm looking at is something called proxy efficacy. So when you're working with others, you develop beliefs about their abilities to help you. So when you're in a team, you might have beliefs about the leader of the team or the leader of the faculty. If you are confident that the faculty can help you, the faculty leader can help you achieve your goals, help you become a better teacher, or give you the resources that you need to become a good teacher, you will develop high proxy efficacy for that leader. If you are not confident in that leader, then you will develop low proxy efficacy. So proxy efficacy appears to be really important in groups, especially groups where you have to rely on each other to achieve a goal. The other efficacy construct that I'm talking about today is something called collective efficacy. When you're working in a team, you develop shared beliefs about the abilities of the team. So when you're in a faculty of mathematics and science, you will collectively develop beliefs about how our faculty can improve student performance. So you share similar beliefs. these ideas have not really been applied to group work in schools. Collective efficacy has been studied a lot in organizations. So it's been studied, for example, in workplaces, and we usually find that the stronger your collective efficacy is, the better that your group will do. A very interesting finding about collective efficacy is that one of the best predictors of student achievement is the collective efficacy of teachers. If teachers collectively have a strong belief in their abilities, your students will do better. So that's why it's important. I'm applying them to a study of project-based learning in schools, which is relatively new. So I'm going to briefly talk about some of the potential sources of these beliefs. There has been research on the sources of self-efficacy, but there hasn't been much in terms of proxy efficacy. So I'm just going to be giving some of the theoretical ideas about what we think might predict your proxy efficacy. So if you're in a group with a leader and that leader has done well before as leading the group, you will have high proxy efficacy. If the leader has done very badly, you will have lower proxy efficacy. If you observe the leader in another team doing well, you will have high proxy efficacy. Or you can be told that this person is a good leader and will be effective for your group. So that's the persuasion element. You can observe your leader under stress. If that leader is not very effective when he or she is stressed, then you might have low proxy efficacy. So it's very similar to self-efficacy sources, but it's just a bit different with proxy. With collective efficacy, and I've used the CE letters here, if your group's been successful before, it'll boost efficacy. If they've been unsuccessful, then in general, it'll lower confidence. If you observe similar groups do well, your group should have higher efficacy. Or you could be told by others that your group is very effective. You could get researchers from around the world saying that your faculty is very good at what they do, and that could boost your group's confidence. When your group is under stress, if that group can handle the stress well, then that could boost efficacy. So they're the sources we think of collective or at least some of the sources of these beliefs. So let's look at some of the important characteristics of efficacy. One of the big things that we know about efficacy beliefs is that they change over time. So you could have high collective efficacy one day, and a couple of weeks later, you could have lower efficacy. It changes because of those sources that I talked about. If your group is doing well and they have a failure, it might lower collective efficacy, or if they have a success, it could boost. So it changes over time. The interesting thing about proxy and collective efficacy is that they emerge during group work. So what I mean here is when you're working in a group, you don't just have collective efficacy straight away. As you work with your group, you start to develop beliefs about the group's abilities and the abilities of others. So it's only through working with these people, then you start to develop these proxy and collective efficacy beliefs. Now, because collective efficacy and proxy efficacy change over time, when we do research, we want to use what's called longitudinal design. And that just means collecting data, multiple data collections across multiple time points. So you want to collect data over weeks, months, even years. So you need longitudinal designs. Now, when you measure collective efficacy or proxy efficacy, the recommendation from Bandura is to use a percentage scale. You may be familiar with what's called a Likert scale, where you have strongly agree, disagree, and it's usually on 5 or 7 points. When you're measuring efficacy, you have a percentage scale from 0% to 100%. and you ask them to rate their confidence along that scale. And so if you're rating a proxy efficacy, you might ask, how confident are you that this person could lead the group? Or if you're rating the collective efficacy of a group, you may ask, how confident are we that we can meet deadlines or share ideas effectively? So there's some examples of how you might measure these ideas, these constructs, when you're looking at group work in educational contexts. So here I'm going to be talking about my current project. So during 2022, we've had COVID since 2020, but in 2022 we had several waves of COVID which interrupted schooling. We still had school, but we had a lot of teachers who were unwell and unable to attend. So it was very challenging this year, and it has been for the last 3 years, to collect data and to run projects, especially because we're looking at groups where students have to be in close proximity working with each other. So we had a bit of a break from COVID. We had very small cases over the last few months, and I've been able to collect some data. We're having a new wave now, and more cases are coming up, but for a little while we had minimal cases. So I was able to get some data from schools looking at collective efficacy and proxy efficacy. And I wanted to look at how these beliefs impact the performance of the groups and how time, so when collective efficacy or proxy efficacy was measured, if that was an important factor in group performance. And as you'll see in a moment, these were important factors. So I did research on 3 schools. I've got data from 3 schools, but I've only been able to analyze 1 school so far, as I'm still collecting a few more bits of information from each school. So I'm going to present for the next 10 to 15 minutes information that I've collected, data that I've collected, and some of the findings that suggest that maybe in groups, if you develop confidence very early on, it could be a problem later on. So the data I'm presenting on is from 1 school that I've analyzed, and it's an all-boys school, a Catholic boys school. As I said before, I work in the Catholic education sector, and these students are in grade 8. So this is the 2nd year of high school for these students. In Australia, most people in grade 8 are about 13 years of age. So they've either just turned 13 or at the end of the year, they'll turn 14, but 13 is the average age. And in the data I've collected, this is what you've got. So most of the students in this study were 13 years of age. Now, in the study, we used some randomization, which is generally a good thing. Students were randomly assigned to a project-based learning group, and each group had 4 students. And within each group, they had 1 of 4 roles. They could be a coordinator. A coordinator is like a leader of the group who would organize the activities of the group, make sure the group was on task. If there was a problem in the group, you had someone taking on a fixing role, who would fix problems. You would have a person checking the progress of the group, which is the checker. And you would have a communicator, a person who would communicate the needs of the group to the teacher, and the teacher would communicate to the communicator. These roles were developed by the teachers in the participating schools. So when they organized project groups, they wanted these particular roles to be looked at. So they came up with these roles. Based on the data I've got so far, I've got about 120 groups, but for this analysis, I have 42 groups, which is enough to run what's called multi-level analysis. And the reason we use multi-level analysis is because we have what's called nested data, which means that students are nested within a group, and a group could be nested within a class within a school. So it's just a nesting phenomena of the data. So we have to use multi-level analysis. That's the recommended approach. So let's look at what they did. So these were students who were in science, and they were completing a 5-week group project on chemical and physical changes. And the key question, so when they do project-based learning, they have what's called a driving question. And you can see the driving question here. And it's about how understanding chemical reactions have benefited society. They have 2 assessment tasks, a formative assessment. So as they're working through the task, at the midpoint, halfway point, they'll get a task to test what they've learnt. And at the end, they will get another assessment, which is a summative task. The formative task is an individual test where they're asked to remember as many concepts about physical and chemical changes. The final task, after they've completed the project, they have to produce a scientific poster, and they present this poster and they explain their findings to teachers and other students. And then that project is assessed by at least 2 teachers, and they assess that and they give a group mark. I use the summative performance score as my performance measure for the data that I'm about to present. So just a little bit about the analysis. I won't go into too much detail here, but we used what's called exploratory factor analysis. A lot of the items in my survey were new. So usually when you have a new set of items, you use exploratory procedures rather than confirmatory, which you can use later. I used a measure called McDonald's Omega. You may have heard of Cronbach's Alpha if you've done research before. McDonald's Omega is a bit better, and I'll explain that a little later on if I need to. And then we found that we had distinct collective efficacy and proxy efficacy factors at each time point. We had 2 collective efficacy constructs emerge. One was collective efficacy for working for group processing. So this refers to how confident groups were that they could share ideas, build on each other's ideas. The other one was collective efficacy for performing effectively on the assignment. So how confident the groups were that they could perform well on the summative task. And then we had proxy efficacy for each role. Now, when you run multi-level analysis, the first thing, or one of the early things that you do is you want to find out if there is variation at the group level between your constructs. And interestingly, we found that there was not much variation at the group level at the first time point. So the first week, there was really no difference between the groups in their collective efficacy or proxy efficacy beliefs. And this makes sense because I said that collective efficacy and proxy efficacy takes time to develop. At the midpoint, we had differences between groups in terms of how confident groups were in their abilities for collective efficacy, and we had differences for proxy efficacy. So once you have some variation at the group level, it gives you permission to start looking at or using multi-level modeling. So in the model, I put in variables using a hierarchical approach. So a hierarchical approach usually is something that's informed by theory. What's the theory behind why you're putting the variables in a particular order? I used a temporal rationale, which means that any efficacy beliefs that were measured close to the final group performance, they were put in the model in the first block. And then the midpoint was put in the second block and so on. So that was the reasoning for the order of entry of variables. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to present some results, and then I'm going to present some thoughts about those results. So this data I've only analyzed in the last week or two. So a lot of my ideas, I'm just thinking through what this might mean and how I might explain these results. So let's go to the next frozen here. Okay. So some interesting findings. So these are some findings that I did not expect initially. So the first finding is out of all of the predictors, all the significant predictors were from the midpoint, the halfway point. So all of the predictors of group performance at the end were from the midpoint of the project. So halfway point seems to be an important point for predicting the final performance, at least the data that I've collected here. The first thing is that collective efficacy for group processing was negatively associated with performance at the end. So that is, the more confident groups were in their abilities to share ideas, to build on each other's ideas, the poorer that they did at the end. That was a bit of a surprising finding, because usually with efficacy, the higher the efficacy, the better the performance. But here we're not getting that. We get that with the second result. The second result is the more confident you were as a group that you could do well on the summative task, the better that you would do. So that makes sense in terms of previous research, that you would expect this result. The third result was the more confident students were in the leader, the coordinator of the group at the midpoint, that group would do poorly at the end. So if you were confident in your leader halfway through, your group wouldn't do too well at the end. Again, that wasn't what I was expecting. So now I'm going to share my thoughts as to what might explain these results. So when you look at literature on collective efficacy or proxy efficacy, there isn't much to tell us about what happens early on in the groups. I found one really important paper that looked at collective efficacy in university settings. And it found that collective efficacy at the midpoint would be negatively predict performance, just like my study. But later on, collective efficacy at the final point would be better. And it appears that when you are very confident in your abilities to share ideas, to work as a team, if you develop that confidence very early on, it appears that you tend to stick with the ideas that you've come up with at the halfway point, and you don't change your plans. So if you're confident very early on about what you're doing, you stick to that plan, you don't adjust your plan as you go, and you tend to avoid or not engage in conflict of ideas. It's called process conflict. In a group, you can have conflict between each other, but sometimes you can have different ideas about how the group should proceed. If you're a confident group early on, you tend not to do that. So it appears that when you're overconfident, you don't change your plans. And this might be important for group work, because when you work in groups, the theories of group work suggest that you don't really start working on the group tasks that you have to produce until you get right to the end of the group project. So the last couple of weeks, you'll start really focusing on the task. In the early stages of group work, you're still focusing on how the group is operating. You're doing some very basic preliminary work on the group. So if you've already got a strategy there and you haven't developed a strategy towards the end when you're really working on the assignment, that can be a problem. So it appears, let's have a look at some of these in a bit more detail. So this might explain why getting confidence early in a group can be a problem later on. You become overconfident, you don't change your strategies, you don't engage in conflict, you don't think through conflicting ideas that might be better for the group if you develop confidence, high collective efficacy early on. So that could be one explanation for my results. The second result is what I said before, is what you would expect. If you have high collective efficacy, you do better. In this case, you have high confidence as a group that you can do well on the summative task. And if you did that, you would do well. Now, according to Bandura, efficacy beliefs become stronger predictors of performance if there's a close match between what you're measuring in terms of efficacy and what they're doing. And there is a close match. This one is about their beliefs for doing well on the task. So because there's a close match, this could explain why we got a result confirming that collective efficacy for group performance predicts performance later on. I have another idea about what might happen, but I haven't got enough data yet to support what I'm thinking. At the midpoint of the group task, they had a formative assessment. So students were getting feedback about their performance. And maybe that feedback could predict their group performance. But I haven't got all of the data yet, so I'll have to wait till I get that data to see if that could be a factor. So the last finding that I'm going to talk about was the finding about proxy efficacy. So I'm thinking, why is it if you're in a group and you're confident in your leader that your group would do badly? Now, it's not the first time that I have found this. I've found in another study that if you are confident in other people to do their roles, your group would do poorly. And my thinking around this idea is it's possible that when you are confident in someone else to do the role of leading the group, in this case, you might lessen your own performance. And you could do this consciously or unconsciously. You might not even think about it. You might think, look, this leader is doing a really good job. And then you might think, oh, maybe I don't need to put in much effort because I trust that leader can do the job for our group. That could be an explanation. And that's found in what's called social loafing research, where if your social loafing is when you're in a group and you sometimes slacken or lessen your effort in a group, if you feel that the momentum, you can't control the momentum of the group. A good example, if you've ever played tug of war, a tug of war is when one group is holding a rope and another group is holding the same rope, and they're competing, they're pulling. Sometimes when you can feel the momentum go against you or for you, you sometimes slacken your efforts. So it's possible that when they're in a group and they're confident in somebody else, that they might slacken their effort. I don't know for sure, but this is what I'm thinking could explain the results. So what are the implications and what are the next steps? So if we find out that this result emerges in more data that I collect, and it seems to be a pattern because I've talked about before that I've got this result before, it means that if you're a teacher in a university, probably in a school because the data is school-based, if you're a teacher in a school, it might be a good idea that when students are working on a group, you don't want them to get too confident in some parts of working in a group until you get towards the end of the group assignment. So if they're telling you they're working effectively, etc., early on, you might ask them, are you engaging in conflict? Are you looking at different ideas, different strategies to solve a problem? Don't stick to one plan early on. Adjust it as you get closer to the final product. Theoretically, there are implications as well. As I said when I first started the talk, proxy efficacy and collective efficacy have not really been studied in schools that much. Collective efficacy has a few studies, but proxy efficacy, not really. So most of the motivational research in terms of efficacy is focused on self-efficacy, and we really want to boost self-efficacy. But with proxy efficacy, we may need to be careful about it. So your confidence in other people may need to be taken down. So it's a bit different. Self-efficacy, we try to boost it. Proxy efficacy, we may need to decrease it if we get more results like I'm getting here. Now, there's a limitation to the research here. This is only data from one school. I'll need to get data, the results from other schools in to see if these results generalize beyond what I'm presenting here. So the follow-up, I'll be looking to do some observational research. So I'll be measuring collective efficacy and proxy efficacy, and then I'll observe the groups in action to see like if highly proxy efficacious groups lessen their efforts to confirm my hypotheses. I'll also be doing some interviews as well to ask questions of students and teachers about how they work in groups. So to finish off, if you want to look at more reading about what I've been doing, there's a paper in the Journal of Educational Research, which was published in 2020, which gives you an example of some of the research. In this project, we looked at religious studies, we looked at English, and we looked at geography, and we looked at efficacy beliefs in those subjects for project-based learning. So that's my presentation on efficacy beliefs. So the key message here is it's possible that when you're working in a group that you can develop confidence too early, and that can be a problem. So if that's the case, you've got to be careful about how you develop confidence for some aspects of working in a team. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. What an awesome and insightful talk, Jose. Thank you so much. For everyone, the participant, please, could you please give a big applause for the Jose talk? All right. Contextually, what you have shared to us is really relevant in our instructional practice, where we teachers or academics in university often arrange group activities in our classroom. However, unfortunately, maybe most of us not really aware or consider about this psychological and emotional aspect of group activities. And I believe that your talk open our eyes to understanding how what a consideration that we need to take when we design group activities in a classroom. All right, we still have around of 10 to 15 minutes for the discussion, and I believe that our participants maybe want to know more about your talk. So we will open a question for the participants. Is that okay, Jose?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Everyone, okay, there is one participant here, Mr. Januar Herin Murtianto, and I will also look at a question from the chat room. Okay, Mr. Januar, could you please just deliver your question directly?
Thank you for the opportunity that given to me. I'm Yanuar, doctoral student of mathematics education, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Nice to meet you again, Dr. Jose.
Nice to meet you again, yeah.
In self-efficacy belief that I know, students focus what they can do, not what they will do. My question, in your experience, how to design teaching strategy, especially in learning management system? How to design learning strategy based problem-based learning or project-based learning in order to students' self-efficacy belief can increase? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good question. So when you want to build efficacy beliefs, especially for problem-based learning, you usually start with the 4 sources. So you've got mastery experiences first, vicarious, persuasion, and then physiological. Now, when you're working on problem-based learning, solving a problem is difficult unless if you're new to solving a problem, if you're a novice, you have limited prior knowledge, what you need to do to boost self-efficacy is to give them scaffolding. Scaffolding could be like a worked example. When you do problem-based learning, you give them a question, a driving question, which I gave you an example, and then teachers would give scaffolds on how to solve problems that you want them to develop skills in. So they might be doing chemical equations. You would give them problems, how to solve chemical equations as an example. Now, as the students develop confidence, self-efficacy, you would slowly reduce that scaffold. You would give them a scaffold that only has some things that are shown to them, and then they start to learn how to solve problems without any scaffolds. And then you can introduce problem-based learning. So and that's because they're getting mastery experiences, they're mastering the task, they're getting positive feedback. And once they know how to solve problems by themselves, you can give them then group projects. So it makes sense to me that early on in a project, if you want to start with a project or introduce a group project later, is you give them scaffolding early on. And then as they develop knowledge and skills, you can put them in groups to work together to solve problems that are related to what you showed them before. Now, if they've never worked in a group before on a problem, what you can do is you can show them other groups that you've worked with that have worked effectively, and you can get groups to observe them working well. So if I've never had a team before in my class that has worked in a group, I might find another class that I've had successful groups and then video them working to show the students how to work in a group. And that's the second source of efficacy, vicarious. So mastery is the scaffolding, observation's the second, and then you can give them feedback. So the work with End has been leading is when she gives students problems to solve and study, she will give them a motivational writing piece, a sentence that will explain that I believe that you can do this. And that can be very powerful too. So if you give them a motivational anchor to look at, then that can boost confidence. The key thing about the motivational anchor is that it needs to be accurate. You shouldn't tell someone that they can do the task if they can't do it. But if you know from feedback that you've observed them doing well, then give them that motivational cue and they will do better. So there are three things. One is if you're using project-based learning, start off by being very teacher explicit, giving them scaffolds, worked examples to study. And then as they develop skills, give them projects to work on in groups, and you can use project-based learning there. So that's how I would do that if I was a teacher in a school. I would use that approach.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right,
Thanks for the question.
thank you, Jose. Mr. Januar, was that really clear for you about the answer from Jose? Okay, yeah, I believe Mr. Januar has got the key point of Jose's answer about for his questions. All right, Jose, we got a couple of questions here in the chat room. I will try to arrange the question, and maybe you can also read the chat room.
Yep.
Let's see for the first questions, and the first question looks really similar to the other questions.
Okay. Yes.
Probably this is about the how we can prepare for the instructional tools about worksheet. Do you have experience or any knowledge about the how can we develop the good worksheet on for project-based learning to improve student self-efficacy belief? Is there any special tips or special reconsiderations about how good worksheet is? All right, that's the point.
Yeah. Well, project-based learning, you don't just have a project is when you work on a team. A key thing about a good project is having a good driving question. What's the central question that you have?
Yeah.
In a worksheet, the first thing you should start off with, it's called knows and needs to knows.
Yeah.
So in the worksheet, the students will write down what do they know about the topic, and then they will write down. The teacher will then ask other questions. The teacher will provide questions, and if the students can answer them, you'll know what they know, and then you will know what they need to know.
Okay.
When you identify what they don't know, that's when you start your scaffolding. So the first worksheet you should have is a worksheet. It's like a test to find out the prior knowledge of the students. And it's called a knows and needs to know. So that's the starting point when you're developing a worksheet. So let's say that you're introducing a new unit of work on fractions and decimals. How do you deal with fractions and decimals? You might give them a worksheet to test their knowledge, and then you'll find out they know how to add and subtract decimals and fractions, but they don't know how to multiply or divide them. And then that's where you start your worked examples. So a knows and needs to knows is the good thing for a worksheet. Now, it's a different question if you were talking about improving efficacy. So I can see a question here from Gladys. And if you have negative efficacy, so that means you are not very confident in mathematics, what can you do to improve it?
Yeah.
That's a good question. The main thing you should do is, again, find out what they know about what you want to teach them. So if they're not very confident in some part of mathematics, they don't like trigonometry or simultaneous equations or some topic, find out from a pre-test what their current knowledge is, or get that from another teacher, and then design tasks that are challenging but achievable. So what that means is you will give a task which is not too difficult, that you know that the student can at least solve one step in an equation.
Okay.
So you're starting off by giving them some positive mastery experiences, and then you give them feedback. So if they've done that one step well, you give them feedback to say, look, you've done this step well, let's do the next step. It's very slow and incremental if they're not very confident. All right, so that's how you would do it. You would slowly build their mastery. You would not do this approach if you had students who already knew what they were doing. If students were confident in mathematics, you don't need to say, look, let's do step one. You would give them a more complicated problem to solve, and probably they could solve it themselves and then give feedback there. So if they've got high self-efficacy already, then you give them more difficult tasks to solve because they want challenging tasks. If they have low self-efficacy, you have to use lots of worked examples and very slow, one step at a time. That's how I would do it. And that's how the literature tells us that we should do it.
All right, thank you, Jose. The answers also for question from Gladys Hines. So it has been answered for the questions. And yeah, one key point here, what I get from your additional explanation is about scaffolding. So this is the key point, and I believe that we all here already understand about this concept of scaffolding, as this rely on the social cognitive behavior or social cognitive theory. All right, I think we can try to answer two more questions here, Jose. All right,
okay.
Let's see.
Yep.
From Frankie Suseno. How does self-efficacy affect group performance in short learning? Can self-efficacy change quickly and permanently in the persons? Is it possible?
Quickly is a good question. Depends on how quick. I mean, it can if self-efficacy can change immediately when you get feedback from a teacher. So if you've submitted an assignment and you get good feedback, that'll immediately change your efficacy. Whether it can change it permanently, that's a different question. If you continually get good feedback as you progress, then it should boost your efficacy, but it may not be permanent. I'll give you an example. Let's say that you have a child and that child is always being told positive feedback, that you can do this, you can do that. And in fact, this child, it's not accurate feedback. It's just positive feedback for the sake of being positive. It's not based on what they've done. And you get this, sometimes students can do well in a small school where there's no other competition, but when they get into a bigger school, their confidence really drops. So they might be highly gifted in their school or do well, but when they get into a bigger school with other gifted students, that self-efficacy can dramatically drop. So self-efficacy, whether it can change permanently is tricky, because because it changes over time depending on feedback. So if the feedback is accurate and it's suggesting you're doing better, then it will stay high. If at some point you do poorly, you can do poorly on a task, and if your efficacy has been high for a long time, it may not diminish. It's hard to say. All I can say is that self-efficacy changes. Usually, when self-efficacy is high, when you get negative feedback, your self-efficacy can protect you a bit.
Yeah.
But if you keep getting negative feedback, then it will lower. So one bad performance won't drop your confidence, but continual bad performance will. So it's good to have self-efficacy because it can protect you. But if you keep getting bad performances, it means that you haven't got an accurate judgment of your abilities. And then your efficacy will change.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Jose. This is a good point and a valuable message for us teachers or academics in university that we need to make sure we can give a positive feedback for our students result or achievement. So because it emotionally it may has an impact for their efficacy beliefs in other activities. All right, the last question, Jose, from Nindi Fadila. Can students observe examples in example-based learning that improve student self-efficacy through a representative experiential source? Because Nindi say that try to compare with vicarious experience related to peer modeling and master modeling. What do you think about this?
Yeah, that if I understand the question, so it's about observing other people do something. Given,
yes. Modeling.
Okay.
Modeling.
Yeah,
yes.
modeling. Yeah, modeling can play a role. So, for example, if say you haven't practiced writing for a while, and you observe your peers model how to write, that could boost your efficacy. You can learn from there. Or if you want to become a school teacher and you're observing your supervising teacher, they can give you an example of how to manage a classroom, and you can start to develop efficacy through that. So let's say that you're in a class and you have classmates who do well when they're teaching in front of their peers. You can observe what they do, and that can influence how confident you are. It can also lower it, by the way. Like if you have classmates who, when they start to get in front of a class and you watch them and the students are not listening and they're being disruptive, you're thinking, well, I don't think if they can't do it, I don't think I can do it, and my efficacy goes down. So yeah, your beliefs definitely can be shaped by observing others. But you take in a lot of information. You're not a robot. You're not like, I observe this and I'll do the same. It's you sort of take account of what they're doing and then you make a judgment. So for example, sometimes people have parents who smoke. All right. But when you get older, you may or may not smoke. Even though they do it, they're modeling behavior that's not healthy. And you might think that's not healthy, I won't do it. Or you might go, yeah, I'll do what my parents did. So the brain is interesting because it sort of interprets that data and thinks it doesn't automatically respond. It makes a judgment. Oh, I'm going to follow my parents or I'm going to do different. So yeah, it's hard to be very definitive, but definitely you can learn from other sources.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Well, Jose, unfortunately, I know that there are many things that we can share or many questions that want to ask, but we have a limited time for this plenary session. I would not like to construct a conclusion because there are a lot of things, great things that we learned today from you, and we would like to give a great thank you for your sharing, and maybe next time we can try to have a collaborations for some of our academics here in Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. And I hope that you don't really mind to have more collaborative work with us. Thank you so much, Jose. For
Thank you.
everyone,
Thank you for
this is
having
the
me.
end of our first plenary sessions. And once again, could you please give a big applause for Jose Hana? All right. Thank you. I would like to put it back for this session to our master ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jose Henham and Dr. Agung Wijaya Subiantoro, for the insightful speech and fruitful discussion. We would like to extend our gratitude by giving our keynote speaker and moderator a token of appreciation.
First, it is dedicated to Dr. Jose Hera as a keynote speaker. And the second is for Dr. Agung Wijaya Subiantoro as the moderator. We are moving to the second keynote speech. This will be delivered by Dr. Slamet Suyanto from Department of Biology Education, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta.
Chairing this session is Paramita Cahyaningrum Kuswandi PhD. Paramita Cahyaningrum Kuswandi PhD graduated from School of Biosciences, University of Nottingham, United Kingdom in 2019. She is an expert in genetics and plant biotechnology.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Paramita Cahyaningrum Kuswandi, PhD.
Okay, thank you to the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be the moderator of this second plenary session. Our speaker for this second session is Dr. Slamet Suyanto. He is a senior lecturer at the Department of Biology Education, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and his field of expertise is curriculum in biology. He did his bachelor degree here at the university and his master at the University of Houston, taking curriculum and instruction, and his doctorate at Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta with the main topic of educational technology. He has done many research. The latest in 2019, his research topic was analysis of the suitability of RPS with graduate profiles and learning outcome of education program study. In this session, Dr. Slamet Suyanto, you have about 45 minutes for your speech, and then we will have 15 minutes of discussion at the end. The time is yours, Dr. Slamet Suyanto.
All right. Can you hear my voice, Ibu Paramita?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes, it's clear.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, peace may upon you all. the Honorable the Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty of Math and Science, UNY, the distinguished speakers, the participants, and the committee of this seminar. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I feel honored and grateful to be here. All right, I'll share my PowerPoint. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
All right. My paper is entitled Science Education in Utagoji Era. As we know, within the last 3 years, we have COVID-19, and so the word entering the VUCA condition or VUCA world. And then right now we are entering Industrial Revolution 5.0. So in the COVID-19, during the COVID-19, the second year, I do a research study on the student learning online. And here is the participant of the research. There were 128 people from kindergarten, primary, junior, senior, and higher education. So the data look like this. All right. And the subject matter is from English, Indonesian, mathematics, chemistry, physics, and biology. Yeah, the biology teacher is the most number, yeah.
Sorry to disturb you, Dr. Slamet.
Yeah.
Can you put it on slideshow, please?
Okay, because usually it is in slideshow, the picture is not moving. Okay, I'll try.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. If it is not moving, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is the lesson.
Yes,
Okay.
we can see it.
Yeah.
Yes.
The next is the application they use in the school. Number one is WhatsApp, 80.94%. And then following by Google Classroom, 52.03%. And then others. Others is many others from this one. Yeah. And the other is email, Facebook, and also Moodle. I'm surprised Kuiper School is not used, yeah, in this research, in our respondent. Next, student student participation. The participation of the student is quite high. 89% said that 86 to 100% of the student coming to the class. So it's high. And then the other decrease like that. The lower, yeah, there's the lower, yeah, less than 30 student, 30% of the student coming, yeah, due to some constraint. Later on, I will explain the constraint. This is about the concept attainment or the understanding of the student about the teaching materials. So the biggest percentage is about 43%, yeah. Student understand 70% 6 to 85% of the learning material. So it decreased, it decreased. Our learning loss is about 30% in average. The biggest problem is video conference. You know that video conference need money, to pay for the signal. So it is the main constraint. The second constraint is organizing material, because they use WhatsApp group, so it is very difficult to organize teaching materials. And then the next is grading system. It is also very difficult for grade the student result or student assignment. And then accessing internet in some area, it is very difficult to access the internet signal. And then the last is using learning management system. Okay. Now, this is the data of the world population. We have 7.98 billion of people in the world, and 5.4 billion using handphone, and then user internet, and then the last one is social media. So the data is very high. And what happened after the COVID-19? After the COVID-19, people spending more time with devices. So, for example, people who use smartphone or mobile phone is about 76%, and laptop computer 45%, desktop computer 32%, and then a tablet and the others like this. It means that people are spending more time, using their devices. For what? Some of them, of course, for learning, but some of them are used for accessing social media. Okay, this is the use. Okay, I will skip this one. Okay, I will come back here again if there is a question about this. Now, after the COVID-19, it's actually still here in Yogyakarta. COVID-19 is still high. We are still in level 1, and according to governor, right now the number of victims is 10 times, 1000%, 10 times. So it is very high. So it is very, we should be using a protocol of health protocol, for our life. So we entering the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, what is called VUCA world. We are entering VUCA world. Okay. In the VUCA world, changes are become more unpredictable. For example, in industries, some of industries are collapsed. Some employee unemployed. So it is very difficult to manage everything, including school. Including school in the VUCA world. Okay. So then, before we understand really what is Industrial Revolution 4.0, they already changed the world, already changed to Industry 5.0. So it is become more difficult for us to anticipate in education. So in Industrial Revolution 4.0, the collaboration between robot and human increasing very high. Yeah, smart manufacturing, computer integrated manufacturing, high level of adaptability, yeah, and also in education, school and students are facing issues of increases poverty, healthcare costs, unemployment, underemployment, racial tension, environmental issue, lack of access to high-speed internet, yeah, mental health, declining enrollment, and other challenges that can be anticipated. This according to Matsuda 2021. And the world, yeah, still required 7C to develop in education according to the 21st century skill. 7C are including critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and innovation, collaboration, teamwork and leadership, cross-cultural understanding, communication media fluency, computing, ICT fluency, career and self-reliance. So this is very difficult for education to develop 7 skills in this era. So right now we have to move, not only staying in pedagogy era, but we have to move to utagogy, pedagogy, and cybergogy. So this is pedagogy, and then move to andragogy, and then move to utagogy, which is mainly self-determined learning. And then pedagogy, and then the last one is cybergogy. So after the COVID-19, we cannot go back just to offline learning, but we have to move to utagogy education era. So in utagogy, the first is self-determined learning and self-efficacy, what is already been explained by Professor Jose Hanan. Yeah, so students develop decide what they have to study, when they study, how long they will study, and how they will study. That's the meaning of self-determined learning. They have to be very confident that they can learn independently. Okay? So learning become beyond one's own expertise and discipline. Learning can be everywhere, anytime, anywhere, yeah. Anyway, yeah. So that's the utagogy era. We have to move to that learning mode or pedagogical era. So this is online. Students usually interact with teacher by using laptop or computer. Yeah, but they have some problem in that learning. For example, parents say that their income decreasing because they have to assist their student to learn. Yeah, otherwise the student sleeping, yeah, during the learning if there is no parent here. Yeah, some students could have a good way to learn. They have learned in a special area in village, what we call it chakro. Yeah, the leader, Pak Lura, is very good. They develop internet access in the chakro, and then students learn in that chakro. That's a good idea. And some students who have not, who have difficulty in accessing internet, they sometimes climbing a tree, yeah, climbing a tree to get signal or internet access. So right now we have to move to the pedagogy, Utagogy, pedagogy. In pedagogy, students work together. Students work together. They have right to cooperate. They have right to listen. They have the right to speak. Yeah, they have right to be heard, and they have a right to co-lead. So they share their knowledge and best practices for their study. So in pedagogy, they have trust each other, trust to your groups, trust to your friends. They have support from each other. They have inspiration, assistance, teamwork, sharing, exchange, and success together. So we have to develop this one in our classroom, in our school, or in our university. For example, the model of the flipped classroom. The flipped classroom, we have individual work at home, for example, out of the class, and then students come to the classroom. They work cooperatively, for doing higher order thinking skill, and then they go to out class again to implement what they have already learned. This is the other model of online learning, not only online, but also blended learning. There is a flipped classroom. And then we develop again in cybergogy. In cybergogy, the learning is not quite clear. Yeah, it's not quite clear. If we just look at the classroom probably not, there is no student in the classroom, probably, but there is a student who cognitively present, socially present, and emotively present in the engaging learning. So there should be self-regulated learning for every student, the ownership of learning, the generative learning, knowledge construction, and they have to be able to share in cohesive manner. They have to accept each other, collaborate each other. So they develop a feeling of confidence, feeling of secure, feeling of comfortable, feeling of curious. So this is one model of blended learning for the next cybergogy. Yeah, they have teacher lead instruction where students come to the class and the teacher present in the classroom. Yeah, they work together to develop more higher order thinking skill, and then students may work together in the laboratory. For example, they're doing collaborative activities and in laboratory, and then they use online instruction. Yeah, they use online instruction. It could be at home or in the school ICT laboratory. So this is the solution for the problem that happened during the online learning. The other system that can be used is integrated learning system like STEM, or STEAM, or STREAM, STREAM with religion. And here the media, we have to use a good media, like digital learning materials, and also some media such as virtual reality, and augmented reality. yeah, some people in Indonesia is already very good in developing augmented reality, and they already been accepted their products in 130 countries in the world. So I think that's good idea that we can learn from them, yeah, in educational world, yeah, in educational world.
Dr. Slamet, we cannot hear the sound from the YouTube. You, can you share with the sound? Gimana Mas? Disuruh lepas headset. Disuruh lepas headset. Beliau disuruh lepas headset. Oh. Sorry, Dr. Slamet, can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I think the internet is having a trouble. Hello? Who?
Can you try sharing the video with the audio, with the sound?
Yeah. It is very difficult. I already sharing with audio, but you still do not hear the audio. That's okay. I'll skip this one. Okay, I'll skip this one. What time I still have? How many time?
You still have about 15 minutes.
15 minutes. I think I won't spend all that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So the next opportunity or the next way we can entering Utagoji is using a better learning management system. Right now, most teachers using WhatsApp group, so it is not good LMS, yeah, for learning. So they have to move or to learn another or using better LMS such as Moodle, yeah, such as Moodle for their learning management system. Okay. This is the attributes of the 21st century teaching profession. Yeah. So the first one, learner-centered value. Number one is empathy. Yeah. So the teacher must have empathy, a good empathy to all students. The second, teacher must believe that all children can learn when they have enough time. The third is commitment to nurturing the potential in each child. So this is related or relevant to the new curriculum Merdeka, curriculum freedom curriculum, ya, curriculum Merdeka. Every child has a potency to learn, and the job of the teacher is to unfold their potencies. The third is valuing of diversity. Every student have need, interest, and talent, and they will learn differently. Future teacher identity. Teacher must aim for higher standard, for encouraging nature, quest for learning, strive to improve, patient, active, resilient, ethical, and professionalism. So this is the standard of the teacher. And then the service to the professional on community, collaborative learning and practices, building apprenticeship and mentorship. So we have to work together to society or to industry for student apprenticeship. And then social responsibility and engagement. And the last is stewardship. Teacher must care and give services, good services for their student. The next skill that should be developed in Yutagoji era. The first one is reflective skill and thinking disposition. Yeah. So after learning, we have to discuss with the children or with the student what skill or what material, what value that they already learn. And then pedagogical skill, we still have that. And people management skill, self-management skill, administrative and management skill, communication skill, facilitative skill, technological skill, innovation and entrepreneurship skill, social and emotional intelligence. And the last is the knowledge that the teacher should understand well. The first one is self. The teacher know about himself or themselves, yeah, their competence, their talent, yeah, they can use for optimizing their the learning. The second knowledge about pupil, about student, and then community where the student live, subject content, of course, what we call this TPAC, technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge. So there is content knowledge, the teacher must understand the content, the pedagogy or pedagogical knowledge, PK, and then TK, technological knowledge. The teacher also have educational foundation and policies, curriculum. For example, right now, yeah, the teacher in Faculty of Science must learn about new curriculum Merdeka. And then multicultural literacy, where the student come from many culture, and we have to learn about the culture. Besides that, we have global awareness. What is in curriculum? It is called kebinekaan global. Yeah, global awareness. And then environment awareness. We should know about that, and we should put them in our lesson. So that's, I think, I can present to you about the science education in the Utagoji era. I think that's all. Thank you very much. I will appreciate if there is question from the participant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Slamet Suyanto, for a very interesting topic. Okay, maybe we can ask the participants, are there any questions for Dr. Slamet Suyanto? Okay, to the participants, you can ask via chat or you can ask directly.
I think no question in the chat room. So everything is already been very clear, yeah?
Yes. Maybe I can start to ask a question.
Sure.
Warm up
Please,
session,
yeah.
Dr. Slamet. From your speech, you said that this, especially after COVID, Hutagogi era or self-determined learning is more important. What do you think? How should parents or how can parents help at home to help their children be better as they enter this Hutagogi era? What can we as parents help at the home?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Mita. During the COVID-19, the most interesting thing, yeah, or the most difficult thing for online learning is for kindergarteners. Yeah, kindergarten teacher is having very big problem because the student cannot read, yeah, cannot write yet. So they send the teaching material to the parents, yeah, and parents come to school and the teacher give the teaching material to the parent. And the parent back to their homes and they teach the student. They use a student worksheet and student work on it. It's usually happen on Monday, yeah, and on Friday, the parents come to school bringing what the student do or did, yeah, to the teacher, and the teacher start grading the result. So it is very, very difficult when the parent do not have, do not have knowledge of education, how to educate young children. So it's become very, very difficult for kindergarten. Now, when we have Utagoji, we have to socialize this to the parent. Yeah. For example, in SMA 1, I ask parent to come to school and then we talk each other how we can help our student in this era. Yeah. So we have commitment to do together how to teach, how to help school or how to help students to learn what they learn. Yeah. Some school right now have to accept what we call it student from the local area where the school stay there. Yeah, so it is very difficult. The selection is not because they have ability to enter that school, but the school should accept them because they live next to school. The student mostly not quite the same with the student who accepted by the system. Yeah, so the school mostly have difficulties in that. Yeah, until now, and there is no solution yet how to do this except to give what we call it reteaching or relearning about that about what the student do not know. Yeah. So there are right now many questions, but Mita, yeah,
Yes.
sorry, there
Yes,
are
we
many
have
questions right
questions
now.
now in the
Yeah.
chat room.
Mm.
The first one is how to implement flipped classroom so the instruction in the class is more effective.
Yeah, that's good question. This is from Putri Rahayu, ya, Mbak. Ya. Okay. Flip classroom, as I said before, yeah. So, for example, we talk about this in 3 weeks. Yeah, in 3 weeks. For the first week, students learn at home using the online learning. They're searching the learning material that the teacher that give them the URL, and then the student read the material, try to catch up some important information from that learning material. Yeah. As after that, they go to school. When they go to school, the teacher use question and answer with a high level of question, yeah, analyzing, synthesizing or creating, so just like that. So the high level question, yeah, and the student in the group try to answer that question, or they have they solve the problem solving, yeah, with PBL, yeah, problem-based learning. There is a problem over there, and then student cooperatively try to solve the problem, just like that. All they do the project, they design a project, they design the time, they design the material they need to develop their project, and so in the offline learning, while they come to school, they talk about that. So then the third weeks they go to they are at home, yeah, of course they do the project, they do the problem-based learning, yeah, or they do some application of what they learn in school. So that's the best way to implement flip classroom. Okay, Putri, yeah, like that. Okay.
Okay. The next question from Pak Sabar is how to increase student engagement while learning online.
Yeah, it is very difficult, Pak Sabar, because when my student learning online, I ask them to turn on their video, yeah, from 51 students, only 17 who turn on their video. No. I mean, 17 students turn off their video. Yeah, and the other are turn on their video. So I asked them, where are you? What happened to you? Please give me a reason. So there are many reasons about that. For example, sorry sir, my internet is not stable. Sorry sir, electricity in my village is off, and so forth. And so many reasons from 17 students who turn off their video. So that's the most problem, yeah, when we learn online only. Yeah, so our class is very interesting because student who I have two classes who I treat them differently. The first class I ask them to learn online, and the first class I ask them to learn offline. Right now, after 8 times I entering the classroom, student who firstly learning online ask me, yeah, sir, we have to learn offline. I will come to the class. That's okay. Yeah. And the other class who learn offline right now, they ask me to learn online. So probably like that, Pak Sabar. So actually they cannot learn online 16 times, yeah, and they cannot learn offline 16 times. So it is very good to learn in student mode. Yeah, student mode. At least, yeah, 1 week they learn online, 1 week they learn offline, or 6 times as 8 times they learn online, and 8 weeks they learn offline, so forth. So so like that, because yeah, that's the nature of people. Yeah, we sometimes also boring learning in one way. Yeah, so that's why there is what we call it station rotation blended learning. Students still have class, students still have practicum or practice in inside the laboratory, and they still have online learning. So I think that's way, Pak Sabar. So you have to be patient, yeah. So because patient is your name. Sorry, Pak Sabar. All right.
Okay, thank you. The third question, there's many questions now in the chat, Dr. Slamet.
Yeah.
The third question is from Ayu Unye, how to integrate religion into the science class? Because you mentioned before.
Yeah. Is it from whom?
Ayu.
From Ayu, yeah. Okay. Yeah. But Ayu, I think stream, yeah, stream stand for science, technology, yeah, religion, yeah, engineering, art, and mathematics. Stream, yeah, it's very good for us. I think it's fits to the philosophy of Pancasila. Yeah, so I think it's good, not only STEM, but stream, where the R that stand for religion. Yeah, for religion. Since of course we talk about religion in related to the material we learn. For example, when there was an earthquake, yeah, not big but very destructive in Bantul area, I come to SMA 3 Yogyakarta, and I told them, how about our learning for this 1 week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks by using theme. The theme is earthquake in Bantul. So we talk about the theme, yeah, the theme, earthquake in Bantul. Okay, please, each teacher use that theme to raise question or motivation to learn to your student. And I come up firstly to religion teacher. Who is the religion teacher? Mister, all right. What are you going to learn from the theme of earthquake in Bantul? Yeah. So it's very, very funny because the teacher said, I will use to learn the people who grateful and regretful because of the earthquake. So like that. So we have to unify, yeah, in the area of STEM, yeah, and related to what happened right now. Yeah, that's the most difficult thing to do. Yeah, but for physics teacher is easy. Pak Slamet, I will learn about tectonic earthquake and volcanic earthquake. All right, that's good. Biology teacher. Well, we will learn what the animal respond when there is earthquake or before earthquake, so we can anticipate that. Oh, that's good idea. So that's the STEM. We should use a theme, yeah, to integrate physics, biology, chemistry, and so forth, according that also a religion. So gitu, Mbak Ayu. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next question from Ephilia. How is the practical implementation in science learning after pandemic?
Yeah, Philia. We cannot just go back to offline learning. Yeah, we cannot just go back like before pandemic. We used on offline learning just before pandemic. We cannot just go back to that. Instead, we have to develop, because we have so many problems in that. That I said before, I told you before, there are many problems about online learning. So we have to move to a better learning, what we call it in Utagoji era, Viragoji era, and Cybergoji era. We should that terms in our learning right now. We cannot just use online learning because the student, some students have difficulty in accessing internet because some students sleepy and go to sleep, yeah, and so forth and so forth. So we have to give to develop more or better learning like blended learning, yeah, flip classroom, station rotation classroom, or so forth or so forth. So students still meet with a teacher, yes. Students work together with their friend, yes. But students also accessing information from the internet to optimize what they're learning. Yes, that's the three things we should develop for the next for the next classroom. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next question from Melia UNY. How to develop facilitative skill at school? Facilitative skill.
Yeah. The teacher is a facilitator. So the teacher has to develop facilitative skill. Yeah, for example, yeah, the first one is asking who do not understand this. For example, usually I do that in my classroom. In some students raise their hand, I don't understand, sir. All right, come here. Usually I ask them to come to the whiteboard, yeah, over there, and then I read something. Can you understand this? Yes, and I give some tasks to solve a problem. Can you solve this problem? No, sir. Okay, you already understand this. How can you use this information to solve the problem? So just like that, one by one, and then two people, 3 students, and so forth and so forth, and they're so funny, yeah, in the classroom. Some people are laugh for that, but finally they understand. Yeah, the student understand when we assist them one by one in the front of the class. Yeah, so I don't know why, but it is working. Yeah, it is working. Probably in front of the class they think harder. Yeah, they think harder. So student after that they ask me, sir, give me the same problem of that. Yeah, with another way, I will solve the problem. So they are very confident to do that. I love it very much, and student success to do that. So when I was a teacher, my students are very good in national examination because of that. Yeah. So we should facilitate our student. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers, Dr. Slamet. There are 5 more questions, but I think we have run out of time.
Yeah.
Yes, it's already 10:30. Maybe if you could answer directly in the chat if you have time, or maybe the people in questions can ask you directly if you don't mind. I think that would be great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Instead of the question who already written in the chat room, is there anybody want to ask question probably directly?
Maybe one question if anybody wants to ask directly. Okay. Yes, I think they've
Yeah. Yeah. I will answer this question from Arum.
This one from Bu Arum.
Yeah, Bu Arum, yeah, Bu Arum, Pak Nurhati, and so forth and so forth. Yeah, I like to answer this. Yeah, Bu Arum Wulandari, we already discussed about the cybergogy right now.
Okay, Bu Arum, if you want to ask one question.
She already wrote. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I want to ask about how to measure self-repeated learning in cybergogy.
Yeah. All right. Probably the answer is go back to the Yutagoji or cybergogy. Yeah, cybergogy. We have some engaged learning. Yeah, we have to come up with engaged learning where our student engage. So it is very difficult because engaged learning is self-motivated, self-determined from the student. So first, I think we have to motivate them to learn. So they are intrinsically motivated to learn. So they will be engaged in learning. After they engage in, they have motivation to learn. Right now we have to make how the cognitive present. Yeah, how the cognitive present. Yeah, you can answer the student. What about this problem, for example? Is it does it have mean to you? Apakah itu penting untuk kamu? Punya arti untuk kamu? Yeah, for example, like that. Because the first one people want to learn is because the material is important, have importance to the student. So like that. And then the generative learning should be able to do. So the teacher leads the student to learn, to create something, to construct something from the evidence. For example, in the biology, students learn about salak pondok. or banana, yeah, can you grow banana from the banana, not from the stem? Oh, and then they try to look at the video, the tutorial in the YouTube, and they find, oh yes, we can grow banana from the banana, not from the stem of banana. Oh, so just like that. So they construct knowledge from what they learn about that, and then probably after that they share with the other student, and the student also will accept or try to do the same thing with him. Yeah, so this is the sharing ideas, sharing knowledge. Yeah, so that's the, we call it social present. And then also the emotive present, how the student learn freely. No, what we Paulo Freire said, there is no oppress, yeah, no oppress to our student. Our student is free to learn. Yeah, they develop their confidence, yeah, and to be themselves. Yeah, so that's I think the indicator we should measure in cyber coaching. That's it, Mbak Arum.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Slamet. I hope this answers your question, Bu Arum.
Yeah, and also Pak Nurhati asking the same thing, the same question, yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. I'm afraid I have to close this session, Dr. Slamet. Thank you
Okay.
very much for your speech and your answers for the questions. It was a very interesting talk, and we have a lot to think about after the pandemic on how we teach and how it is effective for the students.
Yeah.
To close this session, maybe an applause for Dr. Slamet. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, the next session I will give back to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, Bumita.
Thank you, Dr. Slamet.
Thank you very much, Dr. Selamat Suyanto and Paramita Cahyaningrum Kuswandi, PhD, for the informative and enlightening presentation. We would like to give our keynote speaker and moderator a token of appreciation for their dedication.
First, it is dedicated to Dr. Slamet Suyanto as the keynote speaker. And the second is for Paramita Cahyaningrum Kuswandi, PhD, as the moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the next keynote speech, we are going to have a break for 2 hours and a half. Please be ready for the next session at 12:50 Western Indonesian Time. We will start the plenary session at 1 p.m. sharp. Distinguished guests, the plenary session is about to start. Please be ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the plenary session for keynote speaker. The third keynote speech will be given by Professor Dr. Maja Aksela from Helsinki University, Finland.
Our next moderator is an expert in science education. He earned his master's degree from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta in 2011.
His profound publication is increasing student higher order thinking skills in science learning through discovery learning assist by a worksheet based on Google Docs. Widodo Setio Wibowo MPD, the floor is yours.
Check. Okay, thank you for the MC. First of all, I'd like to give a greeting to all of the audience here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all of the audience, ladies and gentlemen. This is an honor for me to be here as a moderator to this plenary session. In the previous session, we have discussed so many interesting topics that is related to science and also mathematics. And now in this occasion, we would like to also discuss the interesting topic entitled Science for All, Engaging Makers of Future on Science Through Non-Formal and Informal Education. Yeah, I think it will be an interesting topic for us because today we also have Professor Maja Aksela from Helsinki University. She is a professor in Helsinki University and also the director of Luma Center in Finland. And Professor Maja Aksela, the field of her expertise is teaching method and also teacher training, professional development, teaching and learning, and curriculum development. And Professor Aksela also earned her PhD degree in chemistry education from the Department of Chemistry, University of Helsinki, Finland. And from the publication, so many publications that Prof. Maja Aksela published, and the recent publication in 2022 entitled Towards Student-Centered Climate Change Education through Co-Design Approach in Science Teacher Education, and so many more. And you, ladies and gentlemen, can find all of the publication from the Professor Maja Aksela in maybe Scopus website and also the other sources. And as I said before that, the topic today is very interesting, I think, because we would like to discuss about the science for all, the topic that I think this is very related to our society in science, especially in Indonesia also, that how to promote the science to all the generation in this term. Professor Maja Aksela using the term makers of future. Yeah, I think this is very important for us to promote science, mathematics, and also technology to our generation. And to discuss more about this topic, now we have Professor Aksela, and I would like to say hi to Professor Maja Aksela. Hello, Professor.
Hey, hello.
Okay, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, very well, thank you.
Okay, nice to meet you, Professor.
You too.
Okay, and it is also an honor for me to chair this session with Professor Maja Aksela here. Okay, Professor Maja Aksela, for this session, we have an hour to discuss your presentation. It's about 45 minutes, and also 15 minutes, we have the time to discussion. And now, are you ready for your presentation, Professor?
Yes, terima kasih.
Okay, sama-sama. And in Finland, maybe you can teach me how to say sama-sama, or you're welcome, I mean.
Yeah, terima kasih is kiitos in Finnish. Kiitos.
Yeah.
Yes. It's easy.
Yeah, it's not clear enough and so difficult for me. But later
Yeah.
on, I will learn about this word in Finland. Okay, Professor Maicha, if you have ready to start your presentation, so the floor is
Yes.
yours.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for this great opportunity and selamat slang. Good afternoon, hyvää iltapäivää in Finnish. I start my presentation with a photo show and then I go to my lecture. So I first show you some photos from our activities. Okay, just a minute. I started.
Okay, Professor Maija.
Yeah.
Is
Can you see this?
Okay.
Photos?
Yeah, we can see the
Yeah.
picture.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
These are a few minutes.
Oh, okay, okay. This is the
Yeah.
activity of the Luma, right?
Yeah. Yes. Activities from Luma.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Here were some photos from our activities. And now I share with you my slides.
Okay. very interesting, I think, from the photo, and we would like to hear more from your explanation.
Terima kasih. Okay. So let's start. So, Selamat Slang, it's my pleasure to share with you some ideas and activities and what we are doing in Finland, how we engage all in science and especially makers of future, kids and young people. And today I'm concentrating on non-formal and informal education. And as you heard, I'm from University of Helsinki, and I'm director of National Luma Center Finland. So, greetings from Finland. We are far away from you, but I had the honor to have an e-course for you last spring, and I hope that in future we can do more collaboration. And so Finland is a very beautiful country. We enjoy our beautiful nature. We have thousands of lakes and islands, and we are a very green country. Sustainability things are very important for us. And if you want to know more about Finland, you can visit our official webpage, Visit Finland. Now we have our fall season, and within a month we have our winter season. Already there's snow in Lapland, but not in Helsinki. So I have worked over 35 years in science education, and I have many kind of experiences. I have been also as a teacher 6 years at senior high school, teaching mathematics, physics, chemistry, and I have also specialized computing science. And I have been over 25 years as a teacher educator and researcher in science education, especially in chemistry. And I have over 35 years experience in in-service training of teachers. And I have done about 20 years this Luma and science education work beside my job in teacher education. So it's integrated to my job. And I'm also a member of Finnish UNESCO group. And I'm very proud of it that I have 2 children, and I'm very happy grandmother of 2 grandsons. And in our Luma work, we try to build new solutions and models from early childhood to universities, and together with teachers, scientists, and specialists in companies. And especially we think that every teacher is very important for good future and affects about 100 years. So kids and youth are in our hearts. Today, it's my pleasure to talk about this non-formal and informal education. We have found it very fruitful way to encourage future makers of future on science. And we have also done a lot of research in the field and found that it's relevant, personal relevant for them, but also vocational relevancy and societal relevancy is important for them. And when I'm talking about non-formal education, in Finland we say that it's goal-oriented education outside of school lessons or partly integrated of it. And for example, when students are visiting universities, it's goal-oriented education. It's outside of school, but it's co-designed with teacher, or it can be also science clubs, science camps, science birthday, other e-activities, for example. But they are all goal-oriented, so they have a goal for learning and evaluation. And when we are talking about informal education, in Finland, we think that it's like videos. We have made a lot of popular TikTok videos in science, for example. And in Finland, this non-formal and informal education is integrated to our curriculum. So it's also written in curriculum that it's important, especially for learning and motivation and for learning future competencies. So first, few words about my background and our Luma Center Finland. Our story started about 20 years ago. I started to build the first Luma Center to University of Helsinki. And because we wanted to promote learning in a community so that we all are learning from each other. So when universities, schools, companies, museums, science centers are working together, so it's fruitful and good for all, so science for all. And during this 20 years, we have built 13 Luma centers, and they are like in the different universities. We have 11 universities participating on this work, and they all have one Luma center. And Luma means math and science in Finnish. And especially we are trying to find out novel solutions and models from early childhood to universities. And we have nowadays also national task from ministry. And we built this Luma Center Finland network 10 years ago. But our story started 20 years ago. And we have a national board. We have a national advisory board where we are also industry and companies and science museums and so on. And we think that it's very important to start this work as early as possible. So we start already when students are about 3 years old, and we have different kind of activities and programs until they come to universities. And we think that everyone can be a science ambassador. So all people at the universities and teachers are a big role to promote joy of science. And as I said earlier, we trust on teachers, and we have also integrated this pre-service teacher training to our Luma activities. So when I told you about those science clubs and science camps, for example, as a part of non-formal education, so usually those future teachers are guiding those science clubs and so on. So it's like a part of teacher training. And we also think that this so-called family science education, so science for all, it's also important that parents and grandparents can be part of these activities. And we have found that when families are doing together these kind of activities, usually also parents are very keen on science after it, and they are supporting more they sons and daughters. So as I told, Luma means like STEM or STEAM. we think that this letter E is all subjects, all sciences. So it can mean, for example, that mathematics and art or physics and sport or something are like integrated science education also. But we also think that it's important that mathematics is taught also as a mathematics and chemistry as chemistry. But this integrated science education is very motivating for future makers. And this in our logo, if you look at there's this light, we think that it's the light in students' eyes when they are engaged in science. Before I go to those activities in details, I want to share something about our curricula. This non-formal and informal education is integrated to our curricula. And in Finland, we update our curricula every 10th year. So last update was about 6 years ago. And I have been also part of those curriculum working groups. And our curricula is research-based, so we are using the newest research in co-designing it. And it's always a collaborative process. It's open. We listen all Finns, also teachers' voices. And we have also local curricula at school. So this national is like a framework for all. And then those local curriculas are very important. So schools can also a little bit specify for some things. For example, if sustainability is important for them, they can have it more at their school. We try to activate students in many ways and try to find out new ways and listen students' voices, students' questions, students' ideas. So the students are like co-designers together with teachers. In Finland, we think that learning outside, this kind of non-formal and informal learning is very important. Very important is the use of computers, so ICT things at the right way so that it can be useful for learning. And our assessment is very modern. We, of course, have summative assessment, but formative assessment is very important for supporting learning process. And those transversal competencies, those future competencies are very important. And as I told, these multidisciplinary learning modules, so schools can build together with subjects these kind of modules. And when you go to upper secondary education, so those integrated courses are very important, transversal competencies, but closer cooperation with higher education institutions. So we have a special law that every senior high school have to collaborate with universities. So that's why our Luma Center Finland is very important for especially for senior high schools because they have this law and we have to find out many ways how to do it. Also those virtual collaboration. And how we support schools, there are many ways, but for example, this kind of non-formal education program called STARTY program is one way how to support curriculum activities at schools. You can look at this video later on. There is an example how the schools are doing programming and robotics and how students are co-designing new activities from their ideas, from their questions. And this study program is international. So over 70 countries has participated on it until this. And you can find out those examples from our material bank. So there are a lot of videos, a lot of good examples about novel activities in science education. So, as I said, we trust on collaboration, and collaboration is key for success. When we are building new activities, we listen very carefully. Teachers, students, parents, and at university, our role is research-based activities. So this collaboration with scientists, teacher educations, future teachers are very important, but also whole society. So we have this national advisory board where also business sector is very important, and we also like to do international collaboration and also learn from you, and that's very important to share our learning around the world. And as I said, we have this national task from and funding from ministry to do this kind of collaboration with schools and between university and companies. We have built together with different partners, different kind of activities. And for example, we think that this learning over generations is very important. And especially for many girls, this support from their mothers, their grandmothers are very important. So we have built this kind of science club program after schools, and they are also e-clubs so that they can do them at home, also with their parents and grandparents. And maybe you can later on look at this video. There's a virtual club video how to do chemistry and physics in kitchen topic at home or at school or in science clubs. And we are also doing research. We try to understand how relevant are these kind of activities for learning. So when we are university, we are trying to promote scientific literacy, the newest scientific knowledge, how to do science and scientific thinking, what kind of questions are important in science now or in future, what kind of ethical and moral questions are important in science. And nowadays a lot about this science, technology and society. What kind of activities are important, for example, in climate change? What kind of solutions, what kind of careers can makers of future have in future? And in all those activities, we think that it's important that there's a joy of science and learning. And we listen those kids and young people's questions and ideas. And we also want to show through those non-formal and informal activities the role of science, what kind of opportunities science opens for good and sustainable future. And those social scientific issues are very important in our programs. For example, this climate change topic. And we trust on teachers, and we think that teachers are the agents of changes. So the quality of education is very important in good sustainable future. these kind of Luma STEAM labs are important in our non-formal and informal education, supporting formal education. We have 16 these kind of Luma labs at universities around Finland, and there are different kind of teams and activities. About 15 years ago, I started to build this kind of chemistry lab Cadelin in Department of Chemistry, and it has been very, very popular in Finland. We have students groups almost every day during a year, and they are testing those novel activities that we have built with scientists or specialties from industry. And they are also part of our research program. So a lot of theses and science publication have been published after those activities. And it's also part of teacher training, so future teachers are guiding those groups. And so it's free of charge for schools, and it's supporting Finnish national curriculum. So we have web pages where are those timetables, and teachers can pick up the good time for their visit, or it can be also e-visit. So if teachers and schools are far away from universities, they can order this kind of e-visit. And always we are co-designing these visits with teachers so that it's part of their curriculum. So they are goal-oriented learning. And so, as I said earlier, those future teachers are guiding also science clubs and e-science clubs and camps and so on. So it's they are very popular in Finland. And there are also camps and clubs for parents and grandparents together with their students, their kids. So one very popular Luma lab is in computing science. So there are a lot of programming, robotics clubs, teacher education and research going on. So it's now 10 years old, and it's supporting non-formal and also informal learning and formal learning at schools. Because we are research-based programs, so it's that's a framework how we collaborate with teachers or scientists. So we always start from the needs. So what are the needs for these activities and how they support national curriculum? And we discuss together with our teachers or partners for different activities. And then we do this theoretical problem analysis, what the science or learning studies are saying about it. And then we co-design together those goals for the activity. And then we build a pilot model, and we are testing it together with teachers at schools or those Luma labs or so on. And there are usually many cycles, and we also collect data, and we write also scientific papers. And then we finally get those pedagogical innovation. They can be practical activities, for example, or activities in mathematics. And then we share them to teacher education or science centers, or teachers can use them from our material banks. They are open for all. So this is our framework, how we collaborate with the teachers and parents and so on. So we are all learning from each other. And that's a way how we have also built this International Teachers Climate Change Forum. it's open for all and it's free of cost. So teachers, students, scientists, teacher educators, we are co-designing it together in this framework. And now it has been its sixth time that we have organized it. Nowadays it has been online, so it's possible also for you to participate on it. And it will be again next year. So there are lectures, activities, and we are sharing also learning from different countries. So you are warmly welcome. And when we are doing this non-formal and informal learning, so it's integrated, as I said, to our teacher training, teacher education. And we have there those topics, themes, sustainability and digitalization very strongly. And we have also National Lumatica program in mathematics, which is more like how to learn mathematics in the context. We have built also those videos, a lot of them, for example, TikTok videos, and it's part of the teacher training, and they are very popular, and it's also part of our research, so that we try to understand how relevant this kind of informal learning can be for future makers. So about 1 million participants were last year in Finland. So young people love this TikTok videos, and I think it's a good example of informal learning. So many students have said to their teachers that, why do you don't use this kind of experiments at school? And but some of those activities are not possible to do at school. So it's good that they can show modern science also from those TikTok videos. And it looks from our preliminary results, and these kind of activities are very fruitful for their learning. They also discuss a lot about these activities and ask questions, and most of those questions are about science. So it has been very interesting for us to understand their thinking and their interest. And next year we have a very big program for TikTok videos, so that those students can be part of co-designing with us. So now we have done those TikTok videos at universities, but next year we go to schools and we start to co-design with young people to do these TikTok videos. And we also invite them to universities to do it with scientists. We have built over 30 MOOCs, these kind of online MOOCs that are open for all, and they are free of cost. So every Finn can participate on these courses. And for example, this Stars and Space course, I was building it with 50 scientists in Finland and space organizations. And there are interviews, there are little lectures, articles, and we try to open what kind of research our scientists in Finland are doing in context of stars and space. So it's like nature of science, and what kind of questions our scientists have, what kind of questions they don't have answers yet, what are the future questions, and so on. And just now we are building a course for geosciences and sustainability, and it's also open for all, and these are all free of cost. So we have found this way very, very fruitful to collaborate with society. And we have also published some papers about all these causes are our research projects. So we try to understand also what is happening. So if you are keen on our work and our activities, we have just published a new ebook, and it's free of cost, and you can download it from this address. And there are about 100 writers and a lot of activities for you also to use them. And we are very active in social media. We have also those social media opportunities and YouTube videos and so on. So this kind of virtual Luma activities are very popular in our context. So thank you a lot for your attention. Hopefully you get some ideas and you have good questions for me. Terima kasih, makers of future in our hearts. Together we are more. Okay, it's now your turn to share your ideas and we can discuss about this topic. Thank you, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Maija Axela for the inspiring and interesting presentation. Yeah, so from the chat we have one response from Mr. Yohanis Dapa Data from Unimor, Indonesia, that give a response as a good idea. I think all of the audience here inspire from your presentation about the successful story about promoting science in Finland. Yeah. And thank you very much, Professor Maija. And now we are in a question and answer session. So I'd like to invite all of the audience here to give a question or response to the Professor Maija Axela about this interesting topic. Okay, we're still waiting for the response or a question in a chat room, yeah? Okay, so please. Okay, first question comes from Mirah Aidin. I don't know exactly this is Mr. or Mrs. So I just call Mirah Aidin, okay? Thank you for the good introduction and presentation about Luma. I wonder what were the motives that argue you to build Luma that collaboratively integrate schools, university, and other stakeholders. Okay, so Professor Maija, can you handle this question, please?
Thank you for a very good question. So 20 years ago, when I started to build this first Luma Center with different partners, the situation was that universities were too far away from schools, and we thought that it's good to have this kind of center that it is catalyzing our learning, that also we all are learning from each others. So we are learning from teachers at the universities, and hopefully teachers are learning from us. And we have also found that it's very important to motivate our students to study mathematics and science and technology in future after senior high school. So we really need talent and motivated students at universities. But also we understood that it's very important that teachers get a lot of support for their important work. and so that they have also opportunity to update their learning. And if you think science is going so fast. For example, every day you can get about 5,000 new research papers, for example, in chemistry. So science is going so fast that it's not so easy to follow what is happening if you are not in contact with universities. So our teachers are very grateful for our collaboration. So they also get new ideas, new activities. They can meet scientists or specialists in companies so that we can make science more relevant for makers of future. But I think this kind of community learning is good for all of us. I also learn a lot from teachers when I'm collaborating with teachers.
Okay, thank you, Professor Maisha. I think it is very clear, and hopefully, Mirah Aidin also got the point from your explanation. Yeah. Okay, and next we also have another question from Ayu. She is from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and the question is, thank you, Prof. Maisha, for the interesting information. I wonder how do we utilize MOOCs for teacher education? As you mentioned in your presentation, there is so many MOOCs, and how to utilize for teacher education. Please, Prof. Maisha, to answer the question.
Thank you for a very good question. So as I told you, schools are often very far away from universities. So this kind of e-learning opportunities are very equal for also teachers who are far away from, or their school is far away from university. So we have thought that it's important that teachers can use those MOOCs when they have time for it. So it's easy to use when it's possible for a teacher to study those new things. So they can get credits also from those MOOCs at schools, and it's part of the in-service training programs. So they can get also credits, but they can use it also like that they took some talks or videos or materials from those MOOCs. So it's not have to be only for credits. So if they find out there a good lecture or good activities, they can pick up from there and use them during their lessons. So there are many ways how to use those, but it's also possible also to get credits. And also we have built this kind of MOOC so that we can use them also in pre-service teacher training. So they can be future teachers and teachers from schools studying same MOOCs. And there are a lot of activities that teachers can share their ideas. They are sharing their answers and commenting their answers. And so we have found out that this kind of reflection between teachers, teacher educators, scientists, research, it's easy to build during those MOOCs. So we have also done research and published papers in English, how we use those MOOCs and how fruitful are they for teachers. And we think that they are a good way to support teachers because they are usually very busy at school. So they don't have to travel to universities. they can get this information easily, for example.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Maicha. I think in pandemic era, in the previous years, we have so many experience in using MOOCs, I think, to conduct the learning. And every institution like universities, schools, and other educational institution, I think, also implementing the MOOCs to handle the learning from the remote or the other place to spread out the materials and also the learning, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the answer from Prof. Maicha to Ayu's question. And now we have so many questions here. I like to, yeah, this is a question from Lia Yuniarti. The question is, Luma sounds very promising to introduce science to children. What are the obstacles so far in doing this program? Beside the success story, I think so many obstacles in background in this effort from Luma in Finland, I think. So can you share the maybe obstacle and maybe sad story or something like that in promoting or organize the Luma? So Professor Romecha, please, can you answer this question? Yeah.
Thank you for good questions. So we have every week this kind of science clubs at universities or at schools, or we have science camps during summer time when students are not at school and they have their summer holidays. So, and we have also these e-learning science clubs and so-called virtual science clubs. So usually those science clubs, they have 6 times, and one club in every week. So there are different topics. For example, mathematics and art has been one interesting topic, and if those science clubs are at universities, they are doing some activities in the topic and testing new activities, and they are also meeting scientists or so on. And if those are at homes or schools, there can be also visitors from universities, or our future teachers can be also visiting at school or be part of these science clubs. So for us, those science clubs are like testing new kind of science learning and developing new activities. But for teachers and students and parents, of course, they are joy of learning and joy of science. And we started this kind of programs 20 years ago. So we have started it step by step. And nowadays we have also this kind of MOOC course for this kind of non-formal and informal learning that for example, if parents want to make a science club, they have first this kind of MOOC course where they have teaching about these science clubs and how to do them. And then we give them materials that they can apply them in their own science clubs. So this is, for example, concrete example. Hopefully I answered to your good question.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Yes. So behind the success story, I think so many obstacles and also effort from professor and also the team to organize or run the Luma, I think, yeah, for promoting the science, mathematics, and also technology. Yeah. Okay, Professor Maicha, I think we still have many questions,
Okay.
but I think one more question. Is it okay?
Yes, yes, it's
Okay,
my
yeah.
pleasure to answer.
Okay. I'd like to choose question from Ibu Lutfiah Nurhida, because I think in our country, Indonesia, there is a research method that so many popular, that is research and development. But in your presentation, you present about the design-based research, yeah? So from the question, what is or what are the differences between the design-based research and also research and development? That's the question, Prof. Maija. Yeah.
So that do you mean that what is the difference between science education research and science research, or what do you mean?
Okay. R&D and also DBR, design-based research and development.
Okay, so you are interesting about the framework in this design-based research, or?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So as I said, the both are important. There should be balance between science and science education research. So when we are building or co-designing those new activities together with teachers or scientists, we need both. We need to know what is the new things in science in the context of topic, and what is the new things in learning about this topic. For example, if the topic is climate change, so we discuss with scientists about the newest research, and we get also newspapers to use, but it's very close collaboration with scientists in context of climate change. And then we also have a lot of specialists in science education learning from different universities. We share our newest research for teachers, and then we also use international newest research, for example, in climate change research. So we use the newest publication, but the more important is the discussions between researchers in both fields. So we really trust on our motto, together we are more. And for us, it's very important, those students and teachers questions, for example, in climate change. So we have also done research about the questions of students in the context of climate change. So what kind of questions students want to get answers in climate change, and we have found that they usually want to get same kind of, that they have same kind of questions as scientists have also nowadays in climate change. And our makers of future, they want to know solutions for climate change. So it has been very fruitful collaboration with both scientists and also science educators in the context of research. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Maija. Yeah. So DBR is a collaboration research between the researcher, maybe from university, and also the teacher, and also the other parties. And from this research, it will maybe create something like pedagogical strategies or product like MOOCS, like something like that. Is it true, Prof. Maija?
Yes, you are right.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So hopefully it can handle Ibu Lutfiah Nur Hidayati questions, yeah. Okay, actually we still have many more questions, but I'm afraid that we are running out of time. So for ladies and gentlemen, if you still have any question for Prof. Maija, so you can contact the email, yeah, from Professor Maija that have been shown in the previous slide when we read the curriculum vitae of Prof. Maija, I think, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the end of our session today. And to sum up our discussion, I just want to resonance the motto of the Luma because I think it is very philosophical motto. Together we are more. Yeah, by making collaboration from all parties, from all stakeholders in our nation and our country, maybe from the government, from university, schools, teacher, and also family. I mean, the student and also the core family in their home. We can make science more engaged and also promote the science, mathematics, and technology for our generation because they are the maker of future. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Professor Maija Aksela for this interesting session. Okay, from the committee, is there any certificate? Okay. Yeah, Professor Maija, from the committee, we would like to appreciate your contribution in this seminar by giving e-certificate to Professor Maija.
Terima kasih.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so I think it is time for me to close this session. Once more, thank you for Prof. Maija. Hopefully in the next session, we can make a discussion or something like that. Thank you very much and good afternoon. Thank you, Prof.
Thank
Maija.
you. Terima kasih. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Prof. Thank you.
Kiitos.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Maija Aksela and Widodo Setio Wibowo MPD, for the insightful presentation and discussion. We would like to give our keynote speaker and moderator a token of appreciation for their dedication.
First, it is dedicated to Professor Dr. Maija Aksela as the keynote speaker. And the second is for Widodo Setio Wibowo MPD as the moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the last keynote speech for today's seminar. We would like to kindly invite Ian Jones, PhD, from Loughborough University, England, United Kingdom, to deliver her keynote speech.
Chairing this session is Enda Ratnawati PhD. Enda Ratnawati PhD graduated from University of New South Wales, Australia in 2014.
She is an expert in mathematics learning and cognitive load theory. One of her profound publications is the development of a virtual mathematics teaching aid based on cognitive load theory. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Enda Ratnawati, PhD.
Thank you for the invitations. Before I start, can I just check whether you can hear me properly? Am I audible to all of you? Okay, thank you. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. And good morning to you, Dr. Ian Jones. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. All of you, I hope you all doing well. Okay, so this afternoon, we are very honored to have Dr. Ian Jones from the Mathematics Education Center, Loughborough University in the UK. He is a lecturer in mathematics education and have been doing many research, in particular regarding mathematical cognitions. He has many publications, as you may see in the screen, but I will invite you to see his website. His personal website will give you more information about his publications, and so you can follow up his research. And for today's talks, we are very pleased to have his talk about comparative judgment for assessing knowledge of mathematical concepts. So in 45 minutes, we will have discussions about this. We will listen from the experts, Ian Jones, about how mathematical concepts can be assessed with these perspectives. I don't think I should give you many statements to start with because I think it's better to hear from the experts than from me. Dr. Ian Jones, are you ready for your talk? I'm sure
I
you
am,
are.
yes. Let me try sharing my screen and then I know I'm definitely ready.
Anytime. Thank you.
Okay, and can I just check you're seeing my screen okay there?
Yes, your screen is clearly shown here.
Okay, great. So thank you very much, Enda, and thank you, everybody. I see we have about over 180 people in the audience. I always feel this big responsibility when there's a lot of people in an audience, because that's 185 hours of human time, which I hope I use productively. And I've prepared a talk that I hope at least everybody will get something from or find interesting. So yeah, what I'm going to talk about is a program of research I've been leading at Loughborough University for over 10 years now. And how I'm going to do the talk is, first of all, I'm going to unpack my title. So I'm going to start talking about what I mean by mathematical concepts, and then what I mean by assessing knowledge of those concepts. And then I'll get to the comparative judgment method. So I'll start off with a few slides unpacking my title, and then I'm going to present 3 studies where I give examples of our approach to assessing knowledge of mathematical concepts. And when I present those studies, I'll be focusing on sort of explaining how comparative judgment works, but also trying to persuade you that we have a lot of evidence for the reliability and validity of this approach. And then towards the end of the talk, I'm going to go a little bit more practical and give you some tips and tools and give you a chance to have a go at using our method for assessing knowledge if you want to have a go. So I'm hoping what I really like to get out of my talk is that some people are maybe interested in the method, and I'd love it if people contact me afterwards and start using it. So yeah, really a focus on method. So what am I talking about when I talk about mathematical concepts? I'm being deliberately vague and open about what I mean. I'm not taking some strict or tight definition of concepts. I'm just thinking of some mathematical or idea or topic typically taught in schools or universities. So for those of us that are maths education researchers, the sort of topics we might research, students' understanding of fractions, for example. So it's quite a practical definition of mathematical concepts. So what about this assessing knowledge of? Well, to think about that, I'm going to use this well-established divide in the literature between conceptual understanding and procedural knowledge. And conceptual understanding is often defined in terms of a sort of deep understanding of the underlying principles, of the underlying relationships of mathematical knowledge and how ideas all fit together. Procedural knowledge is more about being able to do things, being able to execute actions. It's about remembering facts and undertaking typical mathematical algorithms. So if we want to assess knowledge of procedural understanding, it's quite easy. If I want to know if you can add up, I can give you an addition problem and see if you can do it. If I want to know if you can differentiate in calculus, I can give you a function and ask you to differentiate it. Now, I've put this diagram as a sort of Venn diagram. So I think the conceptual and procedural divide is real and well evidenced, but once you start to look too closely, they kind of mush together. So there is quite a lot of overlap, and there's a paper here from over 20 years ago about the bidirectional relationship. So, you know, in some ways it's a divide that's very useful, conceptual, procedural. In other ways, we have to be a bit careful. It can seem a little bit messy. For my talk, I'm not really interested in procedural assessment. For the purpose of this talk and for the role of comparative judgment that I'm going to come to, I'm interested in assessing conceptual understanding. And the reason for my interest in that is I think conceptual understanding is difficult to assess or difficult to measure. I mean, during this talk, I'll sometimes say assess and I sometimes say measure. I mean the same thing when I'm talking about that. And something else I should say is when I'm talking about assessment here or measurement, I'm talking about for the purpose of research. So I'm talking about in your laboratories or in your classroom when you're being a researcher. I'm not talking today about assessing students routinely in order to give them qualifications or to give them grades. So I'm talking about assessing students when we're conducting a piece of research in particular. And when we're doing research, there's two main approaches to assessing conceptual understanding. One is to develop and validate a bespoke instrument. So I'm thinking of things like the calculus concept inventory, or there's a similar tool for assessing knowledge of forces in physics. And the other method, we might remember this from Piaget, is to conduct clinical interviews. So if I want to know if a participant has a conceptual understanding, I can develop a structured interview and I can interview them to find out. Now, these approaches can work well, but they have two disadvantages. Both are expensive, lengthy, and difficult. To develop and validate a bespoke instrument and to do it well, to get a reliable, valid instrument that you can use, that you can administer, takes a lot of work. I mean, typically a PhD, it's quite common for someone to spend their PhD developing an instrument. So we're talking about 2 or 3 years turnaround. Now, if you're a researcher and you're wanting to do some research and your research involves measuring conceptual understanding, you don't want to have to spend 3 years developing your instrument first. It takes a long time. And I think that's a real barrier to making progress in our discipline, that it's difficult to assess conceptual understanding. Clinical interviews as well. I mean, you need a trained researcher. Let's say you've got 100 students, you'd have to do 100 interviews. So again, it's expensive, it's time consuming. And you've got problems. If you've done an experiment and you're interested to see the learning impacts of your experiment, Well, if you interview the first student on one day, it might be a month later before you've finished your interview. So you've got that time lag as well. So these approaches do have problems. So that is something that at Loughborough we've been trying to address, to find a method that is efficient, that you can do quickly, that is reliable and is valid for assessing conceptual understanding. And how we approach this. So I suppose the problem with conceptual understanding is, I said procedures are easy to assess. I just get you to do a maths problem and that shows me whether you can add up or whether you can differentiate. Conceptual understanding, it's harder to define, it's harder to know exactly what we're after. So approach we've developed at Loughborough is to get students, to get participants to produce a written explanation of a mathematical concept. So we this idea that written explanation provides evidence of whether someone has a conceptual understanding of an idea. So a typical test question we might give to students is something like this. Explain how letters are used in algebra to someone who has never seen them before. Use examples and writings to help you give the best explanation that you can. Write only in the box below. So this is quite an unusual maths test question, right? It's almost like something you would get from languages. It's almost like an essay. We're almost asking students to write a short essay about mathematics. So something really quite different. And what you get is, well, you might get answers like this. So this is from an older primary student who'd just been introduced to algebra, and this is how they've made sense of that question. So it's very open-ended, a genuinely open-ended question, and they've tried to explain what they understand about algebra. You have to symbolize a number in a sum, they say. For example, they give an example of e plus 5 equals 11, and they give some other examples, and then they write at the side there, I think letters are what makes algebra unique. So you get these really nice responses, I think, and just reading that gives you some sense and some insight of their understanding. But we need to operationalize this. We need to be able to assess students' conceptual understanding reliably. And when I say reliable today, the sort of reliability I mean is whoever assesses this, whether it's this examiner or that examiner, we want the student to get the same grade. We want the student's grade to be dependent on the work they've done. We don't want the student's grade to be a factor of whoever happened to mark it. Now, we know from the assessment research that if you give examiners open responses like this, open written explanations, they disagree. You get very inconsistent, very unreliable marks. I mean, I won't do it now, but for example, if I was to say to you all, okay, let's all give that a mark out of 10, and then we reported all our marks, we'd be all over the place, right? There's 180 or so people here. We'd all give different marks. We would be very inconsistent because that's how we are as human beings. In fact, even if I said to you all, okay, for the next 5 minutes, I want you to write a marking rubric, a scoring rubric, so that we can assess this thing. It'd be very hard to do because it's such an open-ended question. How would you even begin to write a scoring procedure? So this is the problem that we've got. We can get these wonderful, rich, open explanations, but as soon as we try to assess them, we're going to lose reliability. And this is where comparative judgment is going to come in. So I'll introduce comparative judgment now. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the theory of comparative judgment, and then I'm going to explain how it works when I go into study one as a sort of example. But the basic idea of comparative judgment is that humans are good at comparing two objects against each other, but we're very poor at comparing one object against criteria. And this is an old result. That person, Thurston, 1927, is often accredited with first spotting this or first formalizing this. So a classic example is to say to people, okay, what temperature is it in the room? Now, if you ask that, people give all sorts of different answers. But then if you say to people, well, is it warmer in the room or is it warmer outside? So which is warmer, inside the room or outside? Suddenly everyone's consistent. So that's that idea of, in absolute terms, we're unreliable as humans at judging things. As soon as we compare two things, we're consistent and we all agree. And that's the basic idea here that we're going to use. So instead of taking a red pen and scoring or marking and adding up the marks for students' work with comparative judgment, we just look at two pieces of students' work, and I'll give you all a chance to do this later, and we decide which is the best. And we do that multiple times, lots of pairs of students' work. We ask ourselves which student has the better understanding based on their explanation. We collect all these binary judgments, and then we can use those to get a reliable assessment of their conceptual understanding. And I'll give a concrete example later. So just back to the theory. Initially, Thurston used this to construct physical scales. So he'd take something like some physical weights, and he'd say to his participants in his lab, which is heavier? And they'd have to decide which weight is heavier. And he'd repeat this again and again with lots of weights with different participants. And he found that he could use those human judgments of which is heavier to replicate the weights you'd get if you used a physical scale. So he had physical measurement, and he showed that psychologically he could match that using comparative judgment. So once he'd demonstrated that, he could then go on to do more interesting things, apply comparative judgment to important but difficult to measure things like social attitudes, like values, and so on. And there's a nice body of work there that looks at that. So comparative judgment has this powerful ability to take what feels like subjective judgments, make them consistent, make them reliable, and then we can construct scales, measurement scales, assessments that are robust. And it wasn't until the last 30 or 40 years that this was finally brought into education. Bell, Bramley and Pollitt in particular did a lot of work making comparative judgment something we can use in educational assessment and educational research. And then over the last 10 years, there's been a lot of people like ourselves at Loughborough starting to really get interested in comparative judgment and how it can help us to assess these important things in education, like conceptual understanding. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll talk through 3 studies, and I'll focus in this first study on how comparative judgment works, but I'm also wanting to try and convince you all that we have evidence that this method is reliable. And the 3 studies are across different contexts, different age children. So I'm going to start with secondary school children here. The next study is university students, and then study 3 will be primary, and across different concepts to try and hopefully reassure people that comparative judgment doesn't matter what the maths concept is, doesn't matter who the students are, it works. We get good, reliable scales. Yeah, so this was a fairly small study. We had 25 responses or explanations from children. And these were secondary children from 2 age groups. Some of them were aged 12, 13. Some of them were aged 14 and 15. So 25 explanations. And these explanations were a response to this question. So the concept we're interested in is fractions. Write down these fractions in order of size from smallest to largest. Okay, so that's like a procedural question, right? And we can mark that objectively. You can get that right or wrong. But then critically underneath, describe and explain your method for doing this. So that's the explain part that we're really interested in. Here's an example response to this task from one of the students. So we can see they've put them in order up at the top, or they've attempted to. They've done quite well there. And then they explain themselves. I quite like this response. I think it's quite nice. I did this by imagining a circle cut up into as many pieces as the bottom number. Then I imagined the same amount as the top number coloured in. Just, I thought, a wonderful explanation there from the child. And they've given an example and written, this is what I imagine in my head. So, you know, these are the sorts of responses we get. So, yeah, to assess these things, we use comparative judgment. So comparative judgment, the word judgment is there, so you need judges. You need people who are going to sit and make these pairwise decisions. So we used 8 mathematics education experts. So these are a combination of teachers and researchers. And I'll come back to this later, but you want your judges to be experts, just like anyone assessing students' work, you want them to be an expert. We made each judge do 50 judgments online, and I'll show you how it works online and a website that can be used to do this. So every judge, you get a pair, you decide which is best, and then you get another pair, and so on until you've made 50 binary decisions. Now, I'm not going to go into the technicalities too much of comparative judgment in terms of modelling the data, but what you do is fit something called the Bradley-Terry model to the data. So that binary data is, you fit a model to the data, and that produces a unique score, technically a parameter estimate, but I'm going to say score for each student's explanation. And so that's the point at which we've scored them. An analogy sometimes people make is from sport, like a football league, for example. Every team plays every other team. You get lots of binary data, and from those binary data of who wins, who loses, you get a score, and you construct the league that way. So that's an analogy. The Bradley-Terry model is more sophisticated and takes account of various things, but I'm not going to diverge into what happens under the bonnet too much. But do get in touch if you want to know more. Yeah, and then what I'm going to do is, what we did was investigate the reliability and the validity of the scores produced from this procedure. So this is kind of what you get when you've completed your comparative judgment and fitted the Bradley-Terry model. You get scores on the left-hand side, the parameter estimates, with a mean of 0 and a standard deviation of 2.5, approximately. That is what the Bradley-Terry model tends to produce. So a bit like Z scores with a mean of 0, except you've got standard deviation about 2.5. And running along the bottom, we've got the 25 explanations the students produce. So over on the left is the worst scoring, got about minus 1.5. And over on the right is the best scoring, got about plus 1.5. And you can see there's kind of two groups. There's a load of tests that scored above 0. A load of test responses scored below 0, and then one in the middle. So that's the sort of stuff you get. Oh yeah, and there's also a standard error. When you fit a Bradley-Terry model to data, it produces an estimate of how accurate that score is. So those bars are standard errors. First thing we can do is investigate the reliability, and there are two sort of standard ways to go about this with comparative judgment scores. One is called the scale separation reliability. Now, those of you that have been involved in testing or assessment, you might recognize this from rash theory, from rash testing theory. Again, I'm not going to go into too much detail about what happens under the bonnet. But basically, if you administer a traditional test, a multiple choice test, you might calculate Cronbach's alpha. Well, you can't do Cronbach's alpha with comparative judgment scores, but instead we calculate a scale separation reliability. And the guideline is if that is above 0.7, then our scores are internally consistent. So an SSR of 0.8 is considered good. We also calculated what's called the split halves reliability. Now, split halves reliability, it's a bit like intercoder reliability or inter-rater reliability. So if you've got some data in your research and you code it, you might get a second person to code it independently, right? And then you check your codes are consistent. So that's the sort of metaphor for this. With split halves reliability in comparative judgment, it takes a little bit more work. Do you remember we had 8 judges? So we randomly split those into 2 groups of 4 judges, and then we fit the Bradley-Terry model to the judgments of each group. So we end up with 2 sets of independent scores, and then we can correlate those scores using Pearson's product moment correlation coefficient. And there we got a reliability in this case of 0.87. So again, the guideline is if it's above 0.7, then your data is you can be reassured that it's quite reliable. But yeah, it's about, I find the split halves reliability a bit more persuasive than the scale separation, because I can say to you, look, 2 groups of judges independently assessed this and they agree. So I think that's fairly persuasive evidence for the reliability here. Now, validity, what we wanted to do is, so we got some scores and they might be reliable, they might be consistent, but do they mean anything? Do they really reflect conceptual understanding? So what we had here was some independent measures, or semi-independent measures maybe in this case. First of all, we asked the teachers of the students to give us the general mathematical achievement of the students. So we asked the teachers, I don't know if you remember, we had two groups of children, some were older, some were younger, so we had to do it slightly different for each group. But for the older children, they told us their predicted grades, and for the younger children, predicted grades weren't available. So we just asked the teacher to say, would you say that these students are high or low in terms of their achievement? Now, that general maths achievement score we took as meaning conceptual understanding, or rather a proxy for conceptual understanding. Our thinking being to be good at maths generally, you must have some conceptual understanding. And we also had a procedural score. Do you remember the question said, put these fractions in order? So we could just provide an objective score because some students got that right and some students got that wrong. So now we had our two independent proxies for conceptual understanding and procedural understanding, we could do a regression. So we regressed those mathematical achievement and procedural scores onto our comparative judgment scores, because we wanted to see, are our comparative judgment scores related to general mathematical achievement, meaning conceptual understanding, or are they more closely related to procedural understanding? So in this case, we had to do the older and younger children differently just because of that administrative thing of whether we had predicted grades. And in both cases, we found that mathematical achievement was a significant predictor of our comparative judgment scores. So that supports evidence for conceptual understanding. And maybe more importantly, we found that the procedural score, whether they got the fractions in the right or wrong order or not, was not related. So we were confident from this, that by using comparative judgment and explanations, we were assessing something related to conceptual understanding rather than procedural understanding. So we felt quite convinced that this was some quite reassuring evidence for the validity of the method. Okay, so we wanted to conduct a few studies. In fact, we've done many studies, and as Enda said, you can go and check my publications. I'm only taking a small sample for the interests of time, but we decided to do something similar, this time totally different concept, p-values. So this is statistics, hypothesis testing, and we wanted to look at university students' understanding of p-values. So it was a similar design. This time we had 20 explanations from undergraduates. And this was the test question. And you notice these test questions, they all have this similar format. They're very short, and they just ask students to explain the concept. In this case, a p-value. The framing is to explain to someone who hasn't encountered it before, and to use words, diagrams, examples to make sure you explain everything you know about p-values. Yeah, and we tend to ask them to write between half a page and 1 page, because we find that works quite nicely when you're presenting things on a screen. People don't have to scroll down, they can just see the answer there. Here's the sort of response we got. This is quite a good response, so they've given quite a good explanation, and the diagram at the bottom there is helpful as well. I'm sure I can make these slides available if you want to study that in detail later. Now, last time we had those general achievement scores and the procedural scores. This time we did something different. We took something called the RPAS scale. So I talked earlier about developing instruments. This was someone's PhD. So someone spent their PhD developing a robust instrument of conceptual understanding of statistical significance. And there's an example item, a multiple choice test. So we thought, okay, we'll give the students this as well. And then we've got a yardstick, right? We can look at the relationship between an established instrument out there in the literature and whether our comparative judgment approach produces something similar. Okay, so this time for the judging, we had 10 PhD students in psychology did the judging. So we assumed, I guess, that psychology research students could be considered experts in p-value. And just to make sure, we gave our judges the RPAS scale that I just talked about, and they had to score well on that so that we could be confident or comfortable that our experts were indeed experts. This time they did 25 to 50 judgments each online. Most of them did 25, but we had one. Anyway, they did 25 to 50. I'll not go into too many details. Again, we fit the Bradley-Terry model to the data so that we have a score for each student's explanation. And again, we investigate the reliability and the validity of the scores. So our scale separation reliability, remember this thing that's a bit like Cronbach's alpha, but for the case of comparative judgment, was high, 0.88, so above 0.7. And again, our split halves reliability, so remember this is a bit like intercoder or inter-rater reliability, getting two groups of experts to independently assess these things and correlate the sets of scores, again above 0.7, so we were fairly comfortable with the reliability. Now, for the RPAS, for this independent measure we wanted to use as a yardstick, we checked the reliability of that. A bit disappointing, actually. Cronbach's alpha 0.54. You'd normally hope that that would be above 0.7, of course. And I mean, this is one of the reasons we want to develop comparative judgment. People develop these instruments, and RPAS is a wonderful thing and validated. But then sometimes when you take someone's instrument and apply it in your own context, suddenly the reliability drops, and Cronbach's alpha 0.54 is a bit disappointing. Comparative judgment, it works across different contexts. Anyway, that's a little bit of an aside. So what we did was we correlated the RPAS scores with our comparative judgment scores, and we found a correlation of 0.46, which was a significant relationship. Or correcting for attenuation because of that low Cronbach's alpha, 0.72. So we felt comfortable that we had some correlation with an existing measure. We could also look at the correlation with comparative judgment scores and the module results. These students were studying an applied statistics module, and again we found a reassuring correlation there of 0.56. So just mention, I said earlier that correlations, the threshold is 0.7. That's for reliability. For validity, you don't expect such high results. So yeah, so that was some more reassurance for us. And now we'd tried comparative judgment in two different contexts with two different cohorts, and we felt we were getting, certainly getting very reliable results, and we felt we were getting valid results. And we continued that. We've got quite a lot of studies where we do this sort of thing, and we looked at validity in all sorts of different ways. We've done reflexive thematic analysis of the students' explanations. We've interviewed judges. We've interviewed students. We've tried it in different countries. And yeah, we feel quite happy that we consistently get valid and reliable results. There's a couple of graphs of the correlations I just showed as well to show you the relationship between comparative judgment parameters and those two measures. So study 3, we decided to up our game a little bit. We thought, well, the whole point of this, as I said at the start, is can comparative judgment be used as a measure in research? So those were studies where we were looking at the validity and the reliability. Now we wanted to use comparative judgment as an assessment in an experiment, in a randomized controlled trial, because that felt like the ultimate test. Will it work when you actually use it to look at group differences in an experiment, in an educational experiment? Yeah, so I'm not going to talk too much about the experiment because I'm going to focus mostly on the outcomes and the comparative judgment, but it was a randomized controlled trial. And we had 188 primary children, older primary children, aged 9 and 10, and we randomized them into two conditions. And what we did was introduced algebra to them. You don't do algebra. These students hadn't seen algebra before. So our experiment was the first time we saw them. So all these students got 3 lessons introducing letters in algebra. Half of them used the grid algebra software, which was developed by my colleague Dave Hewitt here at Loughborough. And the other got introduced to algebra using what's called the MyGen software by colleagues based at London, led by Richard Noss and Celia Hoyles, for those of you that know Richard and Celia. Yeah, so 2 different pieces of software, both have very different philosophies for how algebra should be introduced. And so we wanted to see which would be the most effective, which led to the greater understanding of algebra in these students. Now, this time we gave a load of pre-tests. We wanted to test the students' writing skills, because writing an explanation doesn't just involve maths, it involves communication skills, right? So we wanted to see to what extent is comparative judgment assessment assessing communication rather than maths. We wanted to check maths anxiety just to see if that was a factor. We looked at students' calculation skills to get a sort of procedural knowledge and general maths sense of their achievement. And then we had an IQ test, basically a non-verbal general achievement test. So I had all this sort of background data this time on the students. And our comparative judgment test was this: explain how letters are used in algebra to someone who's never seen them before. You can use examples and writing to help you give the best explanation that you can. And I actually showed this example question before, and here's another example of a response from one of these primary children after their 3 lessons learning using software. Okay, so last time I talked about RPAS. We had this independent measure of statistics. This time we used a test that had been developed by Dietmar Kuckerman as part of his PhD, called Concepts in Secondary Maths and Science, and we used the algebra scale. So students also completed this more traditional type measure of conceptual understanding, again, so that we could have a yardstick to look at our comparative judgment. So to do the comparative judgment, to judge those written explanations, this time we had maths PhD students, so not maths education experts, but actual mathematicians did the judging, and they all did 189 pairwise judgments online each, fit the Bradley-Terry model to the data. That gives us our comparative judgment scores. Again, investigate the reliability and the validity of the scores like we did before, but this time, because it's an experiment, we wanted to see if we could use comparative judgment to detect group differences. Which group of students using that software learnt the most or had the better understanding of algebra? So reliability, as before, scale separation reliability at 0.86, so that's well above the threshold. Split halves reliability 0.7, so a bit on the threshold, but good enough for our purposes. Yes, so here were the outcomes for the comparative judgment score. So for the grid algebra software, that was one of the conditions. The mean was 0.26, and for the MyGen software, the mean score of the comparative judgment scores was minus 0.27. So you remember comparative judgment scores, mean of 0, standard deviation about 2.5. So it looks, just from the raw scores, like grid algebra was more effective for introducing or for helping students understand algebra. And what we did was all those pre-tests, the numerical operations, the written explanations, we built a regression model where we looked at whether what predicted the comparative judgment scores. So we started off with model 2, just looking at condition, whether they were in grid algebra or MyGen, and we found there was a significant difference there, that the grid algebra students were scored more highly than the MyGen students. Model 3, we added in our covariance, our pre-tests, and we found that condition was still significant. So even taking account of students' numerical operation, written expression, we still found the grid algebra condition was significantly better for students' understanding. Model 4, we added random slopes. The students were taken from 4 different primary schools. So once we account for the fact that they were from different primary schools by adding random slopes to the model, we again found that condition was a significant predictor of comparative judgment scores. So we felt, yeah, comparative judgment can be used in research as the outcomes for experiments. We also had the algebra scale. Cronbach's alpha, again, a little bit disappointing, 0.64, not quite 0.7, but kind of good enough, we decided. So on that algebra scale, that other test that we used, again, grid algebra, a mean of about 5.05, scored higher than MyGen, a mean of about 4.54. Yeah, and these two things correlated, as you'd hope, the comparative judgment scores and this independent algebra scale test. So that was reassuring. And when we look at whether we could detect a significant difference. We found with Model 2, just looking at the condition the students were in, whether they were grid algebra or MyGen, there was a significant difference. Model 3, once we added covariance in, we found that that difference was sustained as well. So we're very happy with this because we took the algebra scale, which has got a 40-year history, so it's a trusted scale, and we found we got the same results with our comparative judgment score, so we felt that that was quite vindicated. No Model 4 here, because when we used random intercepts to account for 4 different schools, it didn't improve the variance of the model. Okay, so in summary, if we want to assess knowledge of a mathematical concept, any concept with any students, get some written explanations, then get some experts and make them do comparative judgments. Now, there's a website called nomoremarking.com, which as researchers we can just use for free. Yeah, and I'll come back to that in a little bit. Then you fit the Bradley-Terry model to the data. And to do this, most people use the R statistical software and the package, the CERT package. And then you can investigate the reliability, standard methods for that, and the validity. And validity, there's lots of different ways of thinking about validity, as hopefully I've shown you. Now, if you're interested in using comparative judgment in your research, I've written a guide there at the bottom that you can have a look at. That talks you through using no more marking. It gives you some code for fitting the Bradley-Terry model to the data, and it gives you some of the tips. And of course, you can also contact me. And just finally, I thought whilst we go to questions, I've set up this link here. It's tinyurl.com and then the name of the conference. If you click that, it'll take you to No More Marking. You can enter your email, and then you can have a go at judging some equation tests, just so you can get a feel of how it is to be a judge. And by the way, putting your email in, it won't be shared. You won't get any spam. In fact, if you want, you can just put a fake email address as long as the validity check thinks it's an email address. But it's fun to use your own email address, because then you'll get a link so you can go back to your judging. But yeah, have a click on that. Have a go at some judging yourself of equation tests if you are interested. And I suppose the final thing to say is, as I said at the beginning, I'm really enthusiastic about researchers using comparative judgment. I've been talking about it in a maths education context. I have once published a science education study using comparative judgment as well. So yeah, I'd be very, very pleased if I get some emails from people asking me about using the method. Okay, and maybe I'll stop sharing there, but I'll maybe copy paste that link, that judging link, into the chat in case anybody would like to have a go.
That would be great, Ian.
Okay, if I can, everyone in the meeting, I guess I want there. Yeah, so if you do want to have a go at some judging whilst we take questions, do help yourselves.
Thank you very much for your talk, and I'll invite all participants to write the question in the chat room or raising hand so you can ask their questions directly. So if I may summarize a little bit the essential of the talk here, that you use a kind of assessment to understand whether the students already or acquired a mathematical concept or not by using the method that you call comparative judgments. So you've seen us like students writing on the statistics on one of the slides. Mm-hmm. And so you use an essay questions to ask students about a mathematical concept, and then you assess their writings segment by segments, and then using a particular criteria. Is that criteria? Yeah, particular criteria to measure their achievement, their understandings. So if you if you can describe us a little bit more detail, like how many people you involve in the judgment,
Yeah, we typically use, it depends on how many responses you have. So, I mean, I've done studies where we have thousands of responses and then you need hundreds of judges. But usually for these studies where there's maybe 100, 200 students, we might have about 10 judges would be typical. And then the question we ask them would be usually who has the better understanding. And there's also a question of how many judgments do you give to each of these judges. Typically, you want to give them quite a lot of judges. You do have to collect a lot of judgments because all you get from a given judgment is a binary decision. So you need a lot of binary decisions to model the scores. And we find something between 20 and 200 judgments is appropriate. But if you're giving people 200 judgments, you might allow them a few days so they can maybe do 50 a day and they don't get too fatigued.
Okay, is there any questions from the participants regarding comparative judgments? I think it's interesting to use this method to assess the achievement of students' mathematical concepts. Okay, so we have two questions written in the chat box. I'd like to invite Ramadian if you want to speak your questions, and then Siti Zahra for the second one. Ramadian, are you there? Okay, so maybe he is shy.
Well, I can see the question in the chat. I see that he's asking, is interested in the fact that people find it easier to compare two objects than compare an object to a criteria. Was it due to the cognitive level used or the deeper content of knowledge needed? Yeah, so I mean, there's a really interesting question here of how expert do the judges need to be and what does it mean to be an expert in things? And this was a particular, so for the primary study with fractions, it's easy because you get maths education experts whose fraction knowledge is really high, and then the students' knowledge is lower. So those experts can really see it. To do the p-values, to do the statistics was harder because there's research showing that most people, including us, including psychologists and education researchers, don't really understand p-values. It's one of those slippery concepts you think you understand, but very few people do. So that was difficult because we had undergraduates doing the test, and then we had PhD students doing the judging. So they're much closer, right? So there you start to question whether the experts have the cognitive level or the depth of knowledge that is needed. And something else I haven't talked about today is there's really two strands to my comparative judgment research. One is what I talked about today, using it as a researcher. The other is I use it with students. I use it in my lectures. So I get students to upload their own explanations and then do peer assessment and judge each other's work. And that's a whole different, I didn't talk about this at all today, but the idea that when students judge each other's work, they learn from it and you get them to discuss. So there you've got the judges are the students, so you haven't got that extra level of cognitive expertise. So yeah, that being easier to compare two objects, yeah, it depends on the judges having the required expertise to be able to do that. I hope that answers the question okay. And we had another question from Siti. I don't know if Siti wants to.
Yes, Siti, you want to speak up? All right, let me read this for you then. So she's not allowed to talk.
Okay.
Okay, both of them. All right, then. All right, so I'm reading this for Siti Zahra. Thank you so for the presentation. I want to ask a question. What is an excellent way to assess students' understanding of mathematical concepts in elementary school if these students have not been able to explain what they think? Thank you.
This is a great question. It's a question that my colleague Jodie Hunter, I'll just put that name in the chat, who's at Massey University, in case you want to Google this and have a look, Siti. New Zealand. She's been working on this. So Jodie and I have been working on comparative judgment for a little while, and Jodie's particular interest is in primary school. Now, one thing she does, which I'll come to the question in a minute, is get primary teachers to do comparative judgments of students' mathematical explanations, because primary teachers, at least in New Zealand, often don't have a very strong maths background. So it's very good for teachers' professional development to do this judging. But Jodie has developed tests for primary children going right down to the younger years, where, how can they explain? How can they do a written explanation? They're still learning to write. Now, first thing is Jodie's very, very good at developing these tests. She writes really nice test questions. For the younger children, she uses a scribe, so that they sit with the teacher, they talk to the teacher, and the teacher writes their answer down. So that's one way Jodie's done it. Another way is she just has a way of developing questions that maybe the teacher writes them out and students can draw answers. Maybe it's like a shapes question or a counting question. Now, I'm not sure that, I think we've got one publication where you can see the sort of tasks that I'm talking about. So if you did want to email me, City, I can dig that out. I know Jodie's working on a publication at the moment where she will be publishing these tasks. But I mean, the short answer is, if it's young students who are not able to explain in writing what they think, you have to have very carefully thought through tasks that maybe they can answer with drawing and with what they do know. And then for the younger children, you have to find a way to have an adult do the writing of the explanation for them. But Jodie has shown that it can be done. I'm sure she'd be very pleased for you to send her an email as well, City, if you wanted to ask more about that.
Sure. Ian, what if when you're assessing students' writing and then you find out something unclear from their writing, do you then have to meet the students and do some clarification? Or you just leave it like that?
Well, I mean, in terms of doing research, we just leave it like that. Now, there's two ways it can be unclear. It could be that, the scanning or the photograph. So there can be little technical things sometimes. So like all research, sometimes you have a missing item from your data. But you get some tests that are hard to read. You get some responses where the student's done a lot of crossing out. Sometimes the student ignores the instruction to only write on one side and they've written on the back. So you just, like any data collection, sometimes you get responses from participants that you can't use. You do the best you can. I guess another aspect of it is maybe the student is dyslexic or struggles to do written communication. What we've done there is a bit like I did in study 3. We had that written expression test, and we've done that before where we've used independent measures of students' writing ability, not in maths, just their pure writing ability. And we use that to sort of partial out that category. But I mean, sometimes we've had it where students just don't write anything and suddenly there's a blank test versus a test someone's done. So it doesn't come up too much, but either it just has to be missing data if it's in a research context, or, as I say, you can perhaps get students do a test of students' written language to check for the general effects. If anybody's interested in that, I can give you some studies where we've investigated that.
Okay, and if we only have a couple minutes left, so if you can highlight again a few future research ideas that we may follow up from this area.
Well, what I will do is just talk a little bit about the thing I didn't talk about. So I talked about peer assessment earlier, about students uploading their own written explanations and then judging each other's explanations. So I'm running a project at the moment where I've got undergraduate students and I ask them to explain what they mean, what they understand about derivatives in calculus, differentiation, and then they're uploading their responses and judging each other's responses and commenting on them. And then at the end, I'm going to administer some tests. And I want to find out if students engaging in judging themselves improves their own conceptual understanding. So that's one area I'm interested in. Another area I'm interested in is comparative judgment's a very simple, very powerful idea. You just compare things and then you get scores and they're reliable. So I'm currently collaborating with academics outside of discipline, outside of the education discipline. I am working with statisticians on one project, with philosophers on another project, with someone from English literature in another project, to look at how this method can be used in academia more widely. I've even seen a paper where physicists, not physics education people, actual physicists, are using comparative judgment in citizen science projects. So yeah, I think comparative judgment is going to grow and grow within education, but within academia more generally. And look, one really nice thing about comparative judgment is because it's such a simple idea, I think everybody who encounters it has their own idea for how they might use it. And so, you know, everyone sort of, their imagination can get fired up by it. So, you know, again, if anybody's got any ideas or any thoughts or think this might be useful, do let me know and I can have a chat to you and help you get started.
Thank you very much. It's very inspiring talk that you have just given to us. I think you've done a very great talk today, and this is end of your sessions. Again, we are very pleased and honored that you are attending these sessions. I'm sure that we will follow up reading the articles that you have suggested in your slides and in your talk today. Okay, all right. Thank you very much again, Ians. I hope to talk to you again soon, but in the email.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much, everyone.
You're welcome. And yeah, one day I hope you will come to Yogyakarta and enjoy the rich cultural heritage in Yogyakarta.
Thank you. I'd like that very much.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. And I'll turn this over to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Ian Jones, PhD, and Enda Ratnawati, PhD, for the insightful speech and fruitful discussion. We would like to extend our gratitude by giving our keynote speaker and moderator a token of appreciation.
First, it is dedicated to Ian Jones, PhD, as the keynote speaker.
Thank you. Congratulations,
And the
Ian.
second is for Enda Ratnawati, PhD, as the moderator.
That's a very loud claps. Thank you, Ian. I'll see you again.
This brings us to the end of the first day of the 6th International Seminar of Innovation in Mathematics and Mathematics Education and the 8th International Seminar on Science Education. And on the second day, our seminar starts at 8 a.m. Western Indonesian time. But the session will be the first agenda of the seminar.
This will be continued to plenary session with Dr. Hartono and Professor Dr. Bairam Chostu as the keynote speakers, a dance performance, and the last one, the best presenter announcement. For parallel session, all participants are kindly requested to join the virtual meeting through the Zoom links that we have already shared on the website.
Distinguished guests, thank you very much for your participation and see you tomorrow.